Hello everyone, my name is Ambrose White and I'm here with my friend Lowell Cormier, and we're here to discuss the history of baseball in the Waterford district. Lowell, I know this has been a pet project of yours, it's been on your mind for a long time. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the history and what was the impetus that got you going on this project?
Well, ever since I was young, was obviously interested in baseball, and I used to listen to my father talk about the history of baseball, early history of baseball in the Waterford, particularly the Cape Breton Colliery League, which operated from, the pros were in from 37 to 39, and so I've always had that interest, and here we are in 2021, and the baseball history is unbelievable. It's really going to be hard to document it, but we're going to give it an effort. And I've always picked up information. Like I talked to Eddie Gillis when I was young, and I used to listen to him talk over at Johnny Miles' store, and I was just he had me in awe talking about baseball. And then of course our good friend Carl Marsh, who just passed away. I would actually plan on doing this with Carl earlier, and then it was just put it off and put it off and put it off. And then Louis Allen used to talk about baseball, and he's passed now. And I'm saying, if I don't get this out, it'll never get done. And I picked up a lot of information from those guys, but I also read I guess it was a dissertation, a guy's doctoral thesis out of St. Mary's by the name of J.D. Myers. I think I have that correct. He did a dissertation called Hardball and Hard Times, and he documented the Colliery League from 1937 to 1939, one of the best leagues in North America, really. So that got me going on this project. We started in 1911 with baseball.
Okay. So the Colliery League, how many teams, who was in the Waterford playing against back then?
Well, before we get to the Colliery League, I think we should go back. I think the league might have been always called the Colliery League. I don't know exactly what year it was called the Colliery League, but in 1911 we had baseball in town, and it wasn't incorporated. Oh, yeah. The town wasn't incorporated to 1913, and I think everything revolved around number 12 Colliery. And so we had pro ball then. We had a pitcher who came into town. I have a picture of that, a photograph of that team. And we had Jack Barry, who was a spitball pitcher of his day, and he came into New Waterford with a guy by the name of Jack Cannon, and they were from New York.
Wow.
Yeah, imagine back then. Yeah. And Jack Barry was making $75 a week.
Wow.
And teachers of the day were only making $200, I mean. And $75 by today's standards is $2,000 a week.
Yeah.
And like the businessmen of the day put that on, and there was a league. Some of these guys were more barnstormers. They played in different communities, but there was a league, and some of the people involved in this aggregation as executive were Huey McNeil, a colliery engineer, James L. McKinnon, the town's magistrate. I think he might be Jim McKinnon that we know's father.
Okay, yeah.
And then Alexander McCackern, who was superintendent of mines. So they raised the money to front this aggregation, and I just can't imagine how that could happen. But I think that the place was booming then because of the colliery and everything.
It's all surround the colliery.
Yeah,
exactly. Colliery League, they're supporting it.
Yeah.
So they're playing down the field as we know it as the Jerry Marsh Field.
Well, that's an interesting fact, Ambrose, and you're 100% right. That was the original field. So that's documented back as early as 1911, and Chris Hillier's daughter Sophie did a research project as part of a heritage project, I think, at Greenfield, and she found out that this is the second oldest field in the country.
Yeah, very interesting.
Behind Labatt Stadium somewhere in Montreal. And this field is older than Fenway Park. This field is older than Wrigley Field, which are the two oldest Major League Baseball fields of the day. So they played in the same field, what we call Jerry Marsh Field now.
It's awesome.
And the picture shows Toby McDonald from Sydney, Wilfred McLeod from Dominion, Billy Carney from New Waterford, Jack Barry, the ace pitcher, Jack Cannon, who was a catcher. They're both New York. The club executive were James L. McKinnon, Eddie Ramsey, played from St. John, Huey Fox McNeil, Murray Andrews from Sydney, and Billy Connors. Billy Connors now is Buzzy Connors' uncle, and Billy Connors was a great ball player of his day. And to be able to play with these imports, he really must have been. And he must have been some athlete, because if you look at the genealogy, he is Freddie Connors' father, and Freddie Connors Sr. was one of the best athletes that we produced ever. He was probably might have been one of the best basketball players in Canada in the early 40s. And he played baseball and he ran track. He played baseball with the New Waterford Dodgers in the 49 to 51 Colliery League. So he's a great athlete. And
he could do it all, eh?
Yeah, he could do it all. And so this stems from Billy Connors and Joanne Connors McDonald was a good athlete in her own right, and this would be her grandfather. So I just found
the genes. They all got it except Buzzy.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Buzzy, and Buzzy would be the first to admit that, I think. But I had that conversation with Buzzy, and I found that very interesting. So that's the start of baseball in New Waterford as we know it.
I was interested with the year you started, 1911, Colliery League. 3 years is going to be World War I.
Yeah.
Obviously, they'd have to shut things down for several years. And
it
shows, I guess, resiliency, I guess is a good word, of the town and the people to be able to pick this up. Second World War, I'm thinking you're going to go later on talking about this Colliery League in the 40s. Again, after wars, they stop, they pick it up, people come back and do it again. It's a great story.
Yeah, it's a great story, and you're right, resiliency would be the key word. I mean, like, the next record I have of baseball being played, for the reasons you just alluded to, is 1917.
Yeah, there you
and
go.
In 1917, New Waterford beat Sydney, which is always refreshing in our minds. We always wanted to beat Sydney. I think that was ingrained on us from when we were very young. But and it talks about New Waterford beating Sydney, and I think it was called the Cape Breton Colliery League, and Fred Gregor. There's a name that we know. There's different iterations of Fred Gregor as you go down the family tree. But in 1917, he was the guy that was instrumental in brokering and managing that team. I think he was a businessman, and they beat Sydney in 1917. And then now we're going to jump into the Colliery League, okay, of 1936 to 39.
Sure thing. All right, well, we're going to pick it up again in the 30s, and I know the Colliery League in the 30s was renowned. It just picked up momentum, and it was one of the better leagues around. Tell us a little more about it.
Well, the Colliery League was one of the best leagues in the country. It was professional baseball, and 99.9% of the players that came in here were imports, and it operated. The best of it operated from 1937 to 1939, and that when it was fully pro. And the teams that were in it were the Dominion Hawks, the Glace Bay Miners, the New Waterford Dodgers, the Sydney Steel Kings, and the Sydney Mines Ramblers. And during those years, Glace Bay won the league schedule in 37. They also won it in 38, and Sydney won it in 39. But the championships were won by Sydney in 37, Glace Bay over New Waterford in 38 in the finals, and Sydney over New Waterford in 39 in the finals.
Was there a limit on the number of professionals they could take in on per team?
No, there wasn't. That's and some seasons it was Class C, and other seasons it was Class D, and the classification was set by the number of players you had based on their experience, based on where they played before, what professional leagues they played in before.
Okay.
So Class C would be the higher classification. So if you had ex-major leaguers or guys that played AAA that were playing there, so it was unbelievable. There was 11 players that played in that league who came from major league teams with previous Major League Baseball experience, or players who moved on, okay, and started there maybe, or worked their way up. And a prime example of that is in 1936, the league was semi-pro, and a guy by the name of Lenny Morello came and played for the New Waterford Dodgers, and he was out of Massachusetts, and he went on to play with the Chicago Cubs, and he played here in '36. Eddie Gillis, a local 18-year-old, played second base with Lenny Morello, and in one game, Eddie Gillis handled 16 chances at second base flawlessly. Wow. That's amazing. He won 12 innings, I think, but you can imagine how good a player he was to be able to play with these imports. And see, it was semi-pro because the history of this league is really, really interesting, because for the Colliery League it just kept running and running and running from 17 on. We talked about Freddie Gregor running the New Waterford squad, but it's just every year there was a league.
Yeah.
But for 3 years in a row, the Dominion Hawks won the Colliery League title. So in 1935, on their third consecutive Cape Breton title, they went down to Yarmouth, and they played the famous Yarmouth Gateways, and they got trounced. And this was the third year in a row that they got trounced, and they were getting a little hot under the collar because Yarmouth were monkeying around with the import rule.
Ah.
Yeah, because they were so close to the States, they were bringing guys in and establishing residence in January, sending them home, and coming back to play ball in the baseball season. So Dominion, who were playing with locals, were going up there and getting pounded. So they got really peeved. They came home, and they made a decision. They went semi-pro, and they start bringing their own imports in, and you can imagine the talk of the day. They were getting barred from Baseball Nova Scotia, or whatever it was called at the time, Nova Scotia Amateur Baseball maybe, and there's a lot of jockeying going back and forth, but because of our strong union background here and solidarity and everything, the whole Cape Breton group decided, we're not putting up with this anymore. We're going to go, and we're going to go professional, because that's what these guys are doing. And they started off as semi-professional with each team in the 36 league having 4 or 5 guys. But these guys weren't pros. When I'm saying semi-professional, means they were able to be paid, but they were mostly college players.
Okay.
So Morello came here in 36. Out of the Cape Cod League. Now, the Cape Cod League right now is probably the most famous baseball breeding ground outside of minor league baseball. It's played on the Cape. There's 8 or 9 teams in the various communities, and there's probably 100, 150 major leaguers that came out of that league. Jason Veritek is one, guys like that.
Wow.
When they're in college, they come to play in the summers in the Cape Cod League, probably other leagues too, but this is the most famous. So Morello came here, and his statement when he got to New Waterford was, I was making $10 a week in the Cape Cod League, and I ended up making 40 in New Waterford. So that just tells you the way it went.
So they were billeted locally, were they, Lowell?
Yeah, they were billeted locally, and there's a lot of...
So the whole community came in and accepted these people. They were getting great crowds. So like you said, this is tight-knit community supporting this. You have businessmen, the Colliery League, but the community is involved as well with support. They live with the people. People go watch them and support them. So it's a very nice story.
It is. It's a great story, and you're 100% right. There was the support and the level around here of play was unbelievable. There's a guy, Johnny Sparciano, and he caught for the Dodgers in '36, and he wrote a letter when he said it, and in it he wrote that when I first arrived in New Waterford, I didn't like it so much. I can say this to today, it was about the best place I ever played. I wish I could take a trip back there sometime. So that's exactly what you're saying. The community adopted these people.
Yes.
Hal Buma, I think it is, he played from 37 to 39 at various times, and he married Gordie Lever's sister.
Oh,
so there's probably other relationships that happened back then, you know what I mean?
So there were.
Yeah, so it was the whole community. Eddie Gillis told me that when the pros would come in like late April, early May, and they had their first practice, he said there was nothing for them to have 2,000 people watch a practice. And in the first game in 37, when they went all pro, now they've tried this semi-pro, and now the league has decided. And Judge J.D. Campbell from Sydney he was a magistrate, but he was the president of the Cape Breton Colliery League. So we had our finest minds and our finest business people fronting these teams. Yeah. But they got 5,000 people at the first game in Sydney. So the crowds were crazy.
Crowds,
yeah,
amazing crowds.
And as I said, there was 10 or 11 major leaguers, guys who played later in the majors or before, played in the league, and probably the best guy was a guy by the name of Del Bisonet, and he set the Dodger rookie record for 25 home runs way back. And then I can remember watching baseball on television one day, and my father had always talked about Del Bisonet. Del Bisonet is the poster boy for this league because he was such a good ball player. He eventually managed the Boston Braves, I believe, and he came in here and he was playing for the Glace Bay Miners, and he as a Dodger, he set the rookie record with 25 home runs, and I couldn't believe it. I was watching TV one time, and the Dodgers were playing, and Mike Piazza, who was Tommy Lasorda's godson, hit a home run, and it said, there it is. He has the Dodger home run record set by Del Bisonet, and I couldn't believe it because my father had always told me about Del Bisonet. So the league was like Morello is a story in itself. He left here and played for the Cubs, and in 1945 he was a member of the Cubs that were in the World Series, and that's when history will tell you about the curse of the Billy Goat. So they're playing in 45 in the World Series, and there's a guy that owns Solanus. I think his name was William Solanus. He owned a tavern, and he had a billy goat, and he was a big supporter of the Cubs. He took the billy goat to the game, and they wouldn't allow the billy goat into the game for obvious reasons. Yeah. So he got really peeved, and he put a full-page advertisement in one of the Chicago, I don't know what it would have been, the Tribune or whatever, the Chicago papers, and he evoked the curse on the Chicago Cubs. Now, Morello's in that series, and he's playing. Now, Morello was nicknamed Boots, not a very flattering nickname for an infielder, but it happened because he was up all night on the birth of one of his children, and his child was named Lenny also, but the game the next day, where he'd been up all night for the birth of his child, he made 4 errors. So Lenny Morello out of New Waterford got nicknamed Boots. Now, the Cubs never won a World Series ever again on 2016. Yeah. Lenny Morello was welcomed back to the. He became a baseball man. He coached in various minor league levels, and he became a head scout for the New England region, and so they brought him back to Chicago in 2014, and he threw out the first pitch.
Nice.
And he sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game." He led that, and that was, as anybody knows baseball. But he died just before they won in 2016, so that's called the curse of the Billy Goat.
So local teams, local coaches and managers at that time, they're bringing in all these import players, professional, semi-professional players. But imagine the talent we had around Cape Breton to have managers or coaches still teaching these guys, showing them the tricks of the game, eh?
See, what happens is, and you'll see this throughout the history of baseball, is this is where my father learned to play baseball. These guys came in, they all took house league teams.
Yeah.
They broke up, and we had population was unbelievable,
yes.
and we had all kinds of kids looking for an activity. So baseball was the big one,
yeah.
And they're all playing baseball, and these guys are coaching them. And my father had a scrapbook on this league. That's where I got a lot of my pictures. There's going to be a lot of pictures in this video as we go forward, and so that's where my father got a lot of his pictures, from the scrapbook. That's where I got them, and so the economics of this league are off the chart. So they only charged 35 cents to get in. Mm-hmm. Well, I Googled that, and 35 cents is $6 today. But the league gate was $50,000. So from all the communities, the 5 teams that were in the league, the gate was $50,000, which is $1 million.
It's huge
today.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It was like the place was thriving, eh? Yeah. And Bizinet was making $100 a week, and the Glace Bay payroll was $2,500 a week. That's $30,000 by today, a week to pay these players. So the economics of it were unbelievable. I don't know if the businessmen lost or made money. I assume if they kept it going for 3 years, they must have made some money, or at least broke even and realized it was a good community activity. But they were really brilliant businessmen. One year they decided to pool the money, so the money all gate receipts went directly to the league, and so the leagues could help up some of the teams that were struggling.
Yeah.
So pretty well that's it. The league, because of the wars, as you alluded to before, the league had to
shut down for a while.
Cease operations, and it shut down. And I think based on that, I think baseball was probably slow to recover after the war.
Second war.
And so they had to start almost all over again. But that was pretty well the end of professional baseball in Cape Breton, and was my father always said that if you made I think they call it the National Association. So if you were a professional outfit and your league was in the National Association, which is leagues all over North America, you get entered into the Blue Book, or I think it was the Blue Book, but it could have been the Black Book. And it was a book that was published each year by the National Baseball Association, and it listed every team, no matter where you were. And I was in Cooperstown with Kyle and Joseph, I don't know what year, and I went and I found that book, and sure enough, the Waterford Colliery League was listed in that book.
That's pretty cool.
So it's quite a story. I hope we brought some light to just the quality of the ball, and the umpires were, I think Rob umpired. He was a major league umpire at one time. We had umpires in from all over the states. There was a lot of hotly contested games. There was a lot of I wouldn't say brawls, but brouhahas. The fans.
You can imagine the crowds there, and you're supporting your home team.
Yeah. And the fans were belligerent.
Yeah.
A lot of times, umpires got escorted out of the field. The coverage in I don't know, it's Cape Breton Post or the Post Record or whatever it was called
Record, probably.
is off the chart. I think of it as like reading the Boston Globe now. They had the sports coverage was off the chart, and they'll be showing quite a few pictures of that later. But it's unbelievable. There's like every day there's 2 or 3 pictures. I judged from my father's scrapbook. He kept a scrapbook of all this because he's only young, and he's documenting all this. And it was like the league was just unbelievable.
Yeah,
and
so they have reporters at every game. Yeah,
reporters at every game, and the New Waterford team. I don't know. I think the Gregors were still involved. I think Dan McLean, who was a big businessman in New Waterford, I think he was involved. And I heard Lou Yallen say one time they had one team here. They had one team going back. That's the guys they didn't like. And they had another team on the way. So I think that it was a revolving door on all the imports. It was just amazing. And J.D. Myers, if anybody ever gets a chance to read that book, he documents it. He tells the story way better than I'm telling it. But he takes about 200 pages to tell it. We're just giving you a capsule in time of that league.
All right, Lowell. Earlier you mentioned the name of Eddie Gillis, making that league at the age of 18 and being able to play with those imports and play very well. I know Eddie's been known not only as a terrific baseball player, played all kinds of leagues. He went on to be a terrific coach, manager, all the best. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about Eddie Gillis, please?
Well, I think when you go through the history of baseball in New Waterford, and maybe even the province, Eddie Gillis's name stands out. Mm-hmm. Later on in life, Eddie Gillis became, I have a picture here in his Cardinals uniform, he became a scout for the St. Louis Cardinals. Prior to that, he was a scout for the Milwaukee Braves. I spent a lot of time with Eddie when he's married to Johnny. He was Johnny Miles' mother's brother. Mm-hmm. And he would be over at Johnny Miles' store, and I would spend a lot of time talking to him because he just talked baseball. And of course I was young, and he had coached my father, so I would hang around there and have my orange Fanta pop and talk to him and just pick, like I could listen to him talk for forever. But Eddie, so he played in 36, and I think he played in 37. But then he started the shift, I think. I think it was getting harder to make those teams because they were really bringing the pros in then. And he started the shift, and he had leagues going. He had more leagues going in this town than anybody could imagine. Yeah. So he was like an unofficial director of baseball for New Waterford. And you got to remember, back then, like there was thousands of house leagues. Like, thousands is wrong, hundreds of house leagues all over the province. But in New Waterford, like there'd be various age groups, and everybody'd have a house league, and everybody'd have 6 or 7 teams, and it was an amazing amount of baseball.
Yeah.
That was thriving. Yeah. So Eddie started coaching the younger players like Marshall Lowell and my father and those guys who had watched him play. He was 4 years older, roughly 4 years older than those guys, and so he started coaching them. And then in 1938. I just discovered this, and New Waterford has won almost 40 provincial or better baseball championships in its history.
Wow,
amazing. It's crazy, okay? So I just discovered, and I put that together, and I knew I never got every one of them. I just discovered one the other day where Eddie's team won the Maritime Intermediate Baseball Championship. Now that's a level below senior in 1938. So Eddie obviously drifted to the intermediate level of baseball, so there was probably the Cape Breton Colliery League, and that kept going even after the war it would have started. But Eddie in '38 was out of that league and coached the New Waterford team to the Maritime title. But he also ran I got pictures of house leagues here. Like look at everybody's got a little crest, and I got look at that. There's a neighborhood house league team, and here's a picture of Eddie in his Milwaukee outfit instructing a group of kids at a ball field, and then there's a Rotary. There's a Rotary crew that won a baseball tournament. Like nobody with a uniform on, everybody dressed haphazardly, and then I have another record of Eddie, and there was a New Waterford senior baseball team in 1940. And so that was probably playing in another version of a Colliery League.
Yeah.
But my father and Charlie McDougall and Marshall Lowell on this team. And I looked at, I think 1940, well, my father's he's only 18 and he's playing on the senior team. And Marshall is the same age, so they're youngsters and they're being brought up by Eddie. Yeah. And they played a game against the Liverpool Larpers, who were arguably the best team in the province at the time. And Liverpool were led by Danny Seaman, who was an outstanding baseball player. And they came down to do an exhibition, and these guys only lost by 1 run to them. So it was quite a story in New Waterford how Eddie and his youngsters stood up, Yeah. But Eddie had learned so much about the game from the pros, and he passed it on. Of course, these guys were all good athletes. Like these guys that were playing, Marshall, my father, Bull Marsh, these kind of guys, they played everything.
Yeah.
They played baseball, they played hockey, they played rugby, they played basketball.
Whatever the season.
Yeah, whatever the season was, they played.
Yeah.
And so the
talented,
they were good athletes. They were good athletes.
Exactly.
So from there, like I always, wonder, because a lot of these guys went to Kentville. So Eddie got a job in Kentville, playing for the Kentville Wildcats. And so he left New Waterford and went to Kentville, I think in 47. And my father went to Quebec. My father in 1947, I think it was, went to Quebec, and he played professional baseball in Quebec. He played Class C. I have a clipping here where Cormier goes to play in Class C ball in Quebec. Now, he was recommended for that professional league by Eddie Gillis. Yeah. And so he played there, and this is really interesting. I have the telegram. So there was no digital, no cell phones. There probably was landlines, but what he got was a telegram, and here's a picture of a telegram, and it says, to Joseph Cormier, 2070 University Street. Now, I got no idea where my father was at that point, but it says, club actually training, report immediately, Granby job is opened. And it's signed by Dr. D. Gerard. Wow. So that was how he got noticed that he got the job to play in Granby in the Class C league, was professional baseball league. And then he got traded, I think. He got traded to Sherbrooke. And that's the Eastern Townships up there, and that was a great baseball league. But then he ended up in Kentville, so in the same season. So I think he left there because I think Eddie coaxed him to go to Kentville, and so Kentville were playing in the famous H&D League, and that's the best baseball league that it was ever in this province, other than the Colliery League. Yeah. I don't know if it was as good as the Colliery League, but it was close, okay? And Eddie had 5 guys from New Waterford. Or 4 guys from New Waterford. I got a picture here. He had my father. He had Leo Fahey, who was an unbelievable athlete. He had Bull Marsh. Everybody knows Bull Marsh, the Union man, but Bull Marsh was quite an athlete. And he a good hockey player also, and he caught for Kentville. And Eddie himself was playing, and Marshall. Jimmy Morrison was the other Cape Brettoner on that team. And Jimmy Morrison played, was from Glace Bay, but Dr. Stevens, you remember Dr. Stevens? Yeah. Well, his wife Charlotte, do you remember Charlotte? Yes, I do. Well, Jimmy Morrison is Charlotte's father.
Oh, small.
And so in that league they played, I think it was 47, he played there, and in 48, my father still played there. Eddie still played there. I don't think Leo was there, and I don't think Morrison was there. But the team even got better, and they brought a guy in from Temple University. His name was Dick Gernert. And Dick Gernert came there. My father batted .315 in the first year in that league, and made 1 error at the whole season at first base. And when they brought Dick Gernert in, he was to take my father's place. He was 18 years old. My father was 24. They brought this kid that was supposed to be the ball player, and they brought him into Kentville. So how they afford to get him out of there, I don't know. But he was a university player, and so he couldn't play pro. This is almost like semi-pro. The university could play. Players could play. So he came in there, and according to Bull Marsh and those guys, he had a hard time getting my father off first base. But for 3 or 4 weeks, my father was on first base. But eventually, this 18-year-old took over. My father became a utility player. And Dick Gernert, I guess he hit the longest home runs ever in Kentville, and he just tore the league up. He might be the best ball player that ever played in that Haitian D League. And he went on to play for the Boston Red Sox. And if you can only think about this now, he batted clean up behind Ted Williams, who many people think is the greatest hitter of all time. Yeah. It's arguable, but he's right there. And so this guy out of Temple University, out of Kentville, who played with my father and Eddie, is now playing with the Boston Red Sox several years later. And so there was a Waterford aggregation that went down there, and I think it all comes from Eddie Gillis. And Eddie Gillis was just so instrumental for baseball in Nova Scotia. And Eddie Gillis's name is probably going to come up more as we go on. But I think the Eddie Gillis and the Waterford connection in Kentville, even Mel Gadd. Mel Gadd went to play in Stellarton and stayed there for the rest of his life. Charlie Pyle went to play in Truro. They're all guys that Eddie developed in Waterford. So he was just getting going then, I think, because he lasted a long time in the baseball world.
And what I read about Eddie Gillis, well, he was a great teacher of the game, too. He was a great coach, very, very well respected. I even went to a baseball school. I can remember I thought I was in the big leagues myself. But position by position, he could just take a look at somebody. Here's what you do here. Here's what you do here. He was just a natural. It was
like I ate everything he ever set up. It's like between him and my father, that's where I picked up the inside of baseball. How to position yourself, what to do when the score is this, what to do there.
Exactly.
Like we know when we'll talk later about squeeze plays. Yeah. Well, I learned all that stuff from my father and Eddie Gillis. These guys that's when baseball was more like small ball. Yeah. Baseball has changed a lot now, but Eddie Gillis was the master of small ball. Yeah.
Okay, well, great discussion. Very interesting. I'm learning all kinds myself here today. We're going to pick it up again with the Colliery League in the late 40s, early 50s, 49 to 51 era, whatever. And the rise of imports again, I think. We're going to talk a little bit about that. You can pick it up from there, please.
Yeah, I think the league continued. So there was always a 4 or 5 team league in Cape Breton. Baseball was flourishing. And so I think they decided to try their hand at imports again. So I think from 49 to 51, it's hard to get information on this, but the best that I can glean is that for those 3 years they had imports on every team, and we had New Waterford, Sydney, Gleis Bay, Dominion, Sydney Mines, and Reserve were in there every now and then too, and sometimes they combined with the Dominion teams, right? And so the New Waterford team brought in 4 players in 1950, I think it was, and there was a Barr that was the coach, and there was a Charche who was their ace pitcher, and there was Falwell who played third base, and there was another guy whose name escapes me, was their 4th import. But same thing, they came in, they took house league teams. Yeah. They coached house league teams, and Carl Marsh was a youngster then, and so that was when Carl got going. He was right into it. He was obviously from an athletic family, with his older brother Billy being a great athlete, and so he was right into it. And he played with a house league team called the Falwell Foxes, and this is the guy from Detroit down here playing ball. With guys like my father, with guys like Marshall DeVoe, with guys like Corny Lever, with guys like Lino Breslin, Charlie Snags McDougall. So these guys were all playing. Oh, Kenny, the other guy that came in was I can't believe I forgot his name, Kenny Rickson. And so these guys all came in, and and the same old thing. And the league was outstanding again, but these guys all contributed to their community. And that's how they kept baseball going. That's how the youngsters learned how to play ball.
Yeah. That's a great story, though.
Yeah.
It is a side story. I think probably part of their contract was to go out and coach. I don't know if it was part of their contract, but imagine what they left, behind, the skills.
Well, Carl went to Detroit for a year, and he stayed with Falwell, and that's where Carl got even more ramped up on sports. I think he played basketball there, and he played baseball there, and it was just like, can you imagine Carl in his prime down there? He would be loving that, wouldn't he?
Eating it up.
Yeah. So, like, I got a clipping here. The biggest, Waterford had 2 teams in that league one year. Think about that. Yeah. They had the Dodgers and the Strands. Now, my father played with the Strands. I always assumed he played with the Dodgers, but he played with the Strands. And they would get dressed at the Strand. Everybody knows the Strand that was on the corner of Plummer and King, and they get up and they go up to the ball field. Yeah. But one year they were named the Athletics, and I haven't talked to anybody that knows that. And I went through one of his old scrapbooks, and in the 1950, when Rickson and these guys are in, they were known as the Athletics. And their first game that season, they beat the City Mines Ramblers, and they had 2,400 fans at the game. But they were called the Athletics, but yet they were wearing the Strands uniforms. So I've got no idea what went down there. Like, I can't say the Athletics were a sponsor, because Athletics is like a team name from the Major League Baseball, Philadelphia, I think.
It's not a business name.
And so here's a picture of the ball field. Look at the ball field, the old ball field. It's
look
loaded. Look, it's loaded.
They're right on the field, too.
Unbelievable. And I have some old pictures. There's a picture of Charlie McDougall. I guess he was something else. My father said he had great stuff, curveball galore. And I got a picture of, I think it's either Lingan or Dominion. What would you think? I'm thinking it's Dominion Field, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah, and they have all these, and they had all these. So they played there for 3 years, and the league was outstanding, and there was 3 or 4 imports in every team, and baseball was just booming there. I have a picture here of the New Waterford infield with my father, parts of New Waterford. My father at first base. Rickson at short, and Marshall, or Duffy as we affectionately called him, at second base. And then this is a picture of a Strands team with their uniforms, and they're called Strands. I don't think it was a team that played in that league, but so for a long while I think the Strands supported the team, and there's the infield or select players. In this picture we have Leno and Sandy Burns, my father, Charlie McDougall, and I think maybe Duffy. So the photographs are unbelievable from those years. But the league was thriving, and in one of the league years they lost out to Holy Cross. No, actually Holy Name out of Glace Bay. So that was the name of their team. The Waterford lost in the first year of that league, 11-9. I don't know if they had the imports. That year, but baseball was again thriving, and they had so many imports and players. I think Marshall actually was going to go away, and I think the businessmen of the day talked Marshall into staying home in New Waterford, and I think he was the playing coach of one of those teams. So it was still thriving.
Look at the crowds.
Yeah,
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and my father and those guys were on the tail end of their career.
Yeah.
So I think they played 49-51. I read in one of the scrapbooks where they won the Nova Scotia intermediate championship in 1953, I think. So they continued a little bit, getting a little past their prime. Yeah. And Leo Fay came down with a team from Stellarton and played in that series, and New Waterford won. And Trevor Fay, who was born in New Waterford, who played with the New York Rangers, got a couple of innings in that game. So the stories continue, the lineage, the different players as you see as we go through.
It's great history.
There's guys that played that were athletes who belonged to these guys, and guys like Carl and them were developed during that time. So it just continues. It's cyclical, I guess. The town was a hotbed for baseball.
Yeah. Okay, Lowell, we've been talking about the Colliery League and some of the individuals that played, some of the great imports, some of the great local players. And when we talked about the imports, part of it, not only did they play the game, they gave back to the community. They were coaching at the minor levels, Little League levels, House League levels, that kind of thing. You mentioned a guy like Carl Marsh being coached by some of these guys early on. So why don't you pick it up a little bit and talk a little bit about some of these house leagues and little leagues and how it got going, how it got started.
Well, through the years, anytime we had a senior team or a junior team, which is almost all the time, especially early on, there was players feeding that system.
Yeah.
And they came from as young as 10, 11 years old or younger, all the way up to Bantam, Midget, Juvenile, Junior. But everybody got their start in a house league. Yeah. And you started in a younger house league, and then you moved to an older house league, and I've got pictures of a house league team here that's pretty impressive. It's a neighborhood team, but it's a house league team. Yeah. And nobody had a uniform. Some of the guys they probably shared gloves in those days.
Yeah,
I bet you everybody didn't have a glove, and they probably shared gloves. And then I go to a little later house league, and I'm looking at these Babe Ruth, some of our finest Babe Ruth players, and I don't know, you might have even been in that league, Ambrose.
I did play Babe Ruth, and I recognize some of those guys I played with.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I'm seeing you like Hector Campbell
Cyril
and Billy
McKinnon,
Burns,
Pat Roach, I think I see there.
Sonny Boudreau. Look, so that was a Babe Ruth league.
Yeah,
but also in 1951 or 52, I think Little League started in Sydney in 1951, and in 1952 I think it came to New Waterford, and then that's when it became a little more organized. There was teams, I think there was 6 teams. I don't know if I could get the names right. There was the Cubs, there was the Braves, there was the Phillies, there was the Pirates, the Cardinals, and the Dodgers. So they were the 6 original, as far as I know, Little League teams, and they were all based in their neighborhoods. Yep. And you had to try out for a Little League team. Like, you were very fortunate to make a Little League team in my day, and that was later in like 50, 58 and 59 and 60, I guess, based on my age. But you had to be a pretty good little ball player to make, because there would be 50, 60 kids trying out for each neighborhood team. Yeah. And I have a picture here of the Braves that I think won it in 52. And we got Buller McKenzie, the famous horseshoe champion. So Buller's in this picture. I have names that we'll put up on the board later, but these guys won it, and they were down to 16 area, I think, the Braves. And then
they'd hop on the fire engine, drive around town when they won her.
Exactly, yeah. And then look at the Little League, a picture of the Little League parade.
Yeah.
So there's a parade of all these teams going through town and everything, right? Yeah. And I remember
your Little League of today will be your Major League of tomorrow. I can remember Jerry Fortune saying that in the loudspeaker as we're going down the parade when I was in Little League.
There you go, eh? Yeah. And so I got a picture here of a team, and it looks like Marshall is coaching it, and I got a picture of a house league here where Carl Marsh is presenting the trophies with Fox Chess, and there's a name that comes up all the time.
Nice picture.
But the Little League was pretty special, and it got organized, and they had a lot of sponsors. And I have other pictures. Oh, here's a picture of the Cardinals. I cannot forget to put that in, because they were the Mount Carmel area, and they were coached by Mitty Chesson. Everybody knows Mitty, but Jimmy Kavanagh was on that team, and so was Sweeney Hinchy, and they won a championship, and they were quite proud of that, and they still speak fondly of that. We played at the Little League then was played at Mount Carmel.
Yeah,
it was played the field at Mount Carmel.
Yes,
and it was played down behind the hospital, which was the best Little League field that we ever had, which subsequently, to much chagrin in the community, became the place for the fire hall. I mean, the powers to be at the day would have had trouble selling that to the community.
You can imagine.
Imagine there. And so here's a picture of like one of our greatest sports people of all time, Art Timmons, is coaching a team. And I think Mo Timmons is on it. I'm not sure if Ness is on it. Here's Bull Marsh coaching a team. here's Russell McNeil presenting some awards.
Yeah.
And Frankie Bursey's in that picture. Imagine Frankie, the great baseball coach. Frankie Bursey's in that picture. And there, the police boys club, or police club, had a lot to do with baseball there. And here's an opening day thing with Fess Campbell, the famous Fess Campbell, talking to some people. Jack Hutchison's in that. We could put some names up later, but yeah, I think I'm in the background there somewhere. I think that's Tommy Hines, the left-hander, that's in that picture. And then here's another one where Jimmy P. and Sharky McDonald are looking after everything, and then Jack Hutchison's in there, and so that's
nice
later.
stuff.
So Little League continued for a long time, and we've always had some sort of Little League, and then we went on, and Rotary did house leagues, and the Kinsmen did house leagues. Mount Carmel was really involved. The parishes were involved.
Very
Mount Carmel
supportive,
especially.
Yeah.
Mount Carmel had the priests and the parish executives of the day were really involved in promoting baseball. I guess just wholesome activities for the kids. St. Agnes did a lot of it. St. Michael's did a lot of it. Danny McSween did some work up there. Father McIntyre was up there, and when I coached, and the guys you played with, and some of the later teams, some of our better ball players came from that area.
Yeah, definitely.
And so
Chillin and these guys.
So they're the foundation.
Yeah.
Those leagues, they just became a little more organized in the 1950s.
Yeah.
And they continued to be organized as we went on.
I played with the Tigers down 14.
Tigers, okay.
Yeah. Angie McIsaac was my coach for about 4 or 5 years.
There you go.
Yeah, so...
the names changed over the years.
Yeah, so it was great. Great fun, though.
And my brother Kenny, I got my start coaching in Little League. I played for the Phillies.
Yeah.
And I played till I was 12.
Yeah.
When I became 13, I became the assistant coach, by the way. Claudia McKenzie, who's 4 years older than me, and I used to think he was ancient, just 4 years older, right? And he asked me to be his assistant. Well, I was tickled pink that I was going to help him out. Well, he had other plans. He didn't last long. I ended up coaching the team because he was gone. Yeah. So he set me up, but here I am, a 13-year-old coaching 12-year-olds. We were the Phillies. Yeah. And I don't know how that went. But you could do that those days. I don't think they would allow it today. The parents would interfere and they would ruin it. Yeah. Today's society is so different. And I coached for 4 or 5 years, and we'll get into a little more about that, in Little League. Yeah. My brother Kenny coached, and I coached Kenny. My brother Kenny coached the Mets with Pius Burke and Bobby Burke. I coached those guys sometimes, too, before that. Yeah. So the teams almost got handed down, maybe even sometimes in families.
Oh, yeah. Like Steve Hutchison took over from Angie McIsaac up our way. It was the St. Joseph Rochester Road 14-yard team, all the guys, great guys, but Stevie Hudson, Johnny Hudson played for his brother Steve, that kind of stuff that you're talking about.
It was booming. It was, and I remember that if you were the captain of the team, and I guess I was the captain one year, we would go down to Danny Gallant's. Now, Danny Gallant's a name that came up a lot when you talk about the founders of baseball, and he was the president of Little League. And so I'd have to go down, just like every other captain, on game day and get a ball. So we get a brand new ball in a box, and the captains, let's say the Phillies are playing the Cardinals. The captain of the Cardinals will go down sometime during the day. That was your job. Yeah. The captain of the Phillies will go down, pick the ball up, take that home, and dare not play with it, but bring that ball in its box to the ball game. But talk about organization. Yeah. Right now, we have to have somebody designated to bring all the equipment to the field for the kids. Everything is super organized. But think about that. You just had to go down and pick the ball up. Pretty simple stuff, eh? They were well organized. Nice. It was like everybody played. You had to try out for the team. That was, I guess, the negative part of that. A lot of kids didn't play. But I think a lot of kids played in their neighborhoods. So they still played. They worked on their game. They hopefully would make a little league team in the year. Maybe some guys never made it. Probably so. But maybe some guys made it 1 year out of 3. Yeah. But they did the best to provide organized baseball for the town.
Yeah. All right, Lowell, we're continuing our discussion. We just finished talking a little bit about house leagues and Little League baseball in the Waterford. Of course, moving on up from that, we get into juvenile baseball, junior baseball. Let's pick up the discussion and talk a little bit about that.
Well, as coming out of the house leagues, these guys had to have a place to play, and once they got out of their midget house league, I think it would probably be called midget at the time. Mm-hmm. Generally, midget was from 16 and 15-year-olds. Babe
Yeah.
Ruth, as we call it, might have been 13 and 14-year-olds, and then juvenile was, it varied from 17 and 18, and sometimes it was 17, 18, and 19, and junior was between 18, 19, and 21. 21 was the age group for junior. But I have a picture here of the 1959 Mount Carmel team that won the Nova Scotia Juvenile Baseball Championship, and that team was coached by Fox Chesson. Now, Fox did a lot of coaching. We'll mention him more later. But that was a championship team, and they had Richie McDonald, R.D. Bennett, Mike McKinnon, which would be Spiky.
Oh, yes.
And Michael Hogan was a manager.
Yeah.
Mike Roberts of baseball fame in the Waterford got his start there, I guess. Rod McKinnon, Russ Wilson, I think that might be Rooster Wilson, I'm not sure. Dennis Roach, a good friend of ours. Tom McKinnon, Jimmy Nemus, one of the best ball players ever developed here. Fox Chesson. Missing was Leroy Cadogan, Joe Burns, and T. McClellan. I don't know who he was, but they won the Nova Scotia Juvenile title in '55, and when you won from Cape Breton, you had to be special because you had to go through everybody in the province, and you always ended up playing Halifax. Yeah. Halifax had the huge population. They had the H&D League that was still thriving, and it was hard to beat Halifax. You had to be talented to beat Halifax, and well coached, because our coaches were doing a good job then. And so just think about this team now. We have Spike McKinnon, we have Mike Roberts, and this is 55. These guys come together in 59. Here's a nice picture of Spike and Art Hot Dog McLean, who was his catcher. And so I think this might be from the junior team. And Spike was the ace left-hander of that team. Probably, well, obviously both teams. I know he beat Eric Parsons, who used to coach me and who played as a youngster in the H&D League in big games over the years, and something that Eric has trouble admitting, but it's a true story, as I talked to Eric at ball games at the Sooners. But the juniors in 57, they beat reserve in 7 games, went 14 innings, and then they captured the Nova Scotia Championship 3 straight games against the Halifax Royals. And they lost the Maritime to Edmundston Braves, 1-0. That must have been some game.
Yeah. And
6-3. So that's a great aggregation of ball players over a 3 or 4 year period. And we're going to hear these names later, as you know. Their careers are not over.
They're just getting going.
So in 1958, I think it was in the fall of 58, there was a tryout for local ball players at the Whitney Pier Stadium. Now, I remember my father talking about the Whitney Pier Stadium. And that's up on Victoria Road as you get close to the Dominion Street soccer fields there, and as you're going out on the highway, to the right, if you're going to New Waterford, was the Whitney Pier Stadium. And that had a fence totally around it. It had bleachers all the way around it. It was like a stadium. It was one of the might have been the finest ballpark on the island, and it might have been the finest ballpark ever until like maybe the Susan McCacken and Jerry Marsh, but they had better seating. It was like a stadium. And, excuse me, they did a tryout camp there. Eddie Gillis arranged a tryout camp. And I know guys, I talked to Jim McCormick and guys of that vintage from Sydney, they were there. Like, they probably had 60, 70 ball players at this tryout. And everybody's trying to get a pro contract. So it's Jeff Jones comes in from the Milwaukee Braves. And Eddie was the regional scout, and Jeff was the top dog. So whatever he had, the New England and Canada, Eastern Canada, I don't know. But he was the top dog, and he was making decisions. Yeah. So out of that group of players, and probably guys that were right on the cusp that just never got picked, right? Out of that group of players comes Spike McKinnon and Mike Roberts out of New Waterford. It's just crazy. And remind me, I'll get into that in a minute, because I got to follow their careers, but don't let me forget. But Eddie Gillis tells this story. He says, I'm standing at third base. These guys are having their batting practice, and it was like the way you do it back in the day is you get up, you lay a bunt down. You lay another bunt down, and then you take your swings. And so they're just checking to see if you can bunt and that kind of stuff. And so the guy's throwing it in, I guess, 3/4 speed, batting practice speed, and Stan Exall gets up. And he's at third base with Jeff Jones, and I guess the ball is rocketing off the fence and over the fence, and it was like he put on a clinic.
Yeah.
This is our own Waterford's finest, Lingan's finest, Stan Exall. So Eddie, Jeff Jones says to Eddie, "I can take this guy right to spring training. This guy can go to spring training.
Wow.
I can. That's how good this guy is." And then he tells the story, so it's true. He said, "Okay, Sonny, run to first after the next one." So I guess he almost cried when he saw Exall run. Exall really, unfortunately, couldn't run.
Yeah.
And back then, if you couldn't run,
You weren't going in.
you couldn't play ball.
Yeah.
It was a small ball game. There was no designated hitter. I remember Stan, when he played baseball, he pitched and he played right field. Now, it was an adventure when he played right field. I can remember him chasing down balls, but he was gangly and awkward, but he had great hands. He caught everything he got to, but he really couldn't run.
Yeah.
And so I thought that was remarkable, that how good, and I saw him play all through his career. Exall was one of the best hitters ever developed in this town. It was just too bad that he couldn't run, because maybe he could have been a pro ball player.
Yes. Yeah.
But Spiky and Mike were taken from there, and they went to a training camp in Waycross, Georgia, and they're there with a whole pile of other players, and now they're looking for a contract. Now it's getting serious.
Yeah.
Now and 99.9 of these players are Americans, and a lot of those Americans are playing 12 months of the year. So here we got two guys from Cape Breton. They're looking down there, looking for a pro contract. They both got offered contracts.
Yeah.
Spiky turned down his contract. I don't know what the reason. Spike says he wanted to come home and he wanted to work. I don't know if that was parental influence or whatever. But regardless of what happened,
Yeah.
Spiky came home to work for the Liquor Commission. That's an interesting story, because he, up until a couple of years ago, he was still working for the Nova Scotia government in the liquor agency. So he certainly got a good career working for the liquor agency.
Yeah.
But Mike stuck it out, and Mike the next season went down to McCook, Nebraska, and he was on their early entry Class D team, early season.
Yeah.
So they only played a short season, they called it. And so Mike thrived down there. Mike batted over 300. He finished in the top 10 in the league in hitting. He made the second All-Star team. Mike was on his way.
Yeah.
And so he came back home here. I think he might have been still going to St. Bex at the time. And he played some basketball for the Strands in the winter and busted his ankle. So Mike went back to the higher level team in '59, but he was wounded.
Yeah.
He had a bad ankle, and it was in Midland, Texas. And he was playing, I think he played 14 games there, and the coach took him aside. He says, "Mike, we've got to send you home. I don't want to send you home. I think you could be a pro ball player, but we got to send you home. We just signed a big bonus baby." Well, the big bonus baby they signed was a guy by the name of Dennis Menke.
Yeah.
Dennis Menke has the reputation as being the first bonus baby. And in 1959, or 58, he signed for $100,000.
Mm.
And back then, you had positional depth, just like they do now in the organization. And so they had to move Mike in to make room for Menke.
Thank you.
I think Mike had a chance to go back, but I think once his ankle healed, maybe the next year. But I think he had decided that he was going to pursue a teaching career and play baseball locally, which was still pretty high caliber, because we're going to lead into some very exciting times in baseball in Waterford. But that's just some tidbits on just how good these two individuals were.
You can imagine, though, two guys from the Waterford.
Like, there was all kinds of guys that maybe from Sydney and Sydney Mines that were maybe that close to making it themselves. That's how good baseball was, right?
Yeah. Terrific.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right, Lowell, continue the discussion. You referred earlier in our chat here about the Parish is supporting minor baseball throughout their throughout this term that we talked about, the years. And we both grew up in the Mount Carmel Parish, and they were very great supporters of leagues and, you know, soccer teams, baseball teams. Why don't you just talk a little bit about how the parish supported baseball in the 50s, mid-50s, late 50s, that kind of time?
Yeah, all the parishes did support teams. And I think Mount Carmel Parish might have taken it to another level, and I think they probably supported some of the higher end teams also. And Mount Carmel operated programs at both juvenile and junior baseball, and they've had, you know, teams that have won over the years provincial championships. But I think if you played on the Mount Carmel junior or juvenile team, it didn't mean you were just from Mount Carmel.
Yeah.
I think they took players from all over.
Sure,
So we would
count.
have had players from St. Agnes. We would have had players from the Scotchtown area.
Lingan,
And we would have had the non-Catholic players from Calvin, the Protestant players. It didn't matter what denomination or what parish you were from, but that you played. But Mount Carmel has I don't know how many provincial titles they would have won when you look at the 40 provincial or better titles that we've documented, but they won a Nova Scotia juvenile title in 1958, and they won a Nova Scotia junior in 1960. So you see, we're moving on from Spikey and those guys, and this is the guy, and Mike, and these are the guys that are following them. And you know, to do that, you got to beat Halifax, and so they beat Halifax. And interestingly enough, their ace chucker was Donnie Blackwood. Donnie Blackwood was a tremendous baseball pitcher. He got all the big wins for this team. They had guys like John Gillis, Joe Riso, players like that, Beanie McLean, Angie McIsaac.
Great names, yeah.
There are names that we all know, and they were coached by Fox Chesson again, a name, and Sandy Burns.
Yeah.
Now, Sandy Burns' name comes up a lot. That's Billy's father and Sandy Jr.'s father, and he coached a lot of baseball, because when I go back and document some of this stuff and look through old scrapbooks and clippings, Sandy Burns is prominent. So here is a picture of the people that were honored, I think, by Cole Ball. We honored that team. This team is also in the Waterford Sports Hall of Fame, these teams. But we honored them at Cole Ball, and this is what we had there. We had Tates. Tates played for this team.
Yeah.
Simon White was the team manager. Danny Gallant, there you go. Danny Gallant's name's on the executive. Alex White played on the team. John O'Brien, Donnie Blackwood, Donald Duck Ellsworth. Well, Duck was from Dominion, and he's a guy that's right now behind this Dominion Dreams Field of Dreams.
Rebuild over there.
Yeah, they're doing a major retrofit over the Dominion Field, which is almost as old as in the Waterford Field, and I don't know if people in Dominion realize that. And Pat Larad was another guy there that was on that team, and they were they won a juvenile and a
Junior.
And a junior title, and it took a year in between. I think the juvenile in '58, as I said, and maybe they just regrouped and probably played junior. Probably didn't win. Yeah. It's hard to win the Cape Breton Championship. A lot of times the Cape Breton, maybe Sydney won it the year before. Who knows, right? It's tough to get out of Cape Breton then, right? So if you got out of Cape Breton in baseball, you had a shot back in the day. Yeah. And I'll just read some of the names. There was Donnie Blackwood, Donald Duck Ellsworth, John Gillis, George Hughes. See, George is younger there, coming up, eh? Pat Larad, Chummy Lee, Dave McDonald of basketball fame, Central basketball fame. Yeah. See, these guys played everything.
I got to tell George so he played for Mount Carmel.
Yeah, there you go. He did play for Mount Carmel. Yeah. He wouldn't really admit that, will he?
No.
Benny McKinnon, Robert McNeil, Angie McIsaac, Gregor McPherson, Steve Mosichuk, who eventually coached me, Gregor McPherson, who gave a lot to sport in this community, John O'Brien, Danny Power. I played softball with Danny Power. Joe Riso. Now, there's a guy. Yeah. Everybody on that team talks about Joe Riso. They tell me that he had pro potential. He was a big, sturdy guy. I remember that. I remember walking into the ball field one time at probably the 1960 series. I'd be 11, and I'm walking into the ball field, and I can remember the ball hitting off the top of the fence and going over after hitting Al Dwyer's house. It hit the top of the rail and hit Al Dwyer, and I'm, oh my God, who hit? I had never seen a ball go out there like that. And I go in, and Joe Riso just cleaned her, but he could catch, throw. He was a big man, but he was an able runner, and he could really hit. So they tell me he was something else. Mm-hmm. And then there's Hector Roach of Central Basketball fame. Yep. Jocko Steele, Bozo's brother. His first name was Frank. Adrian Timmons from the Timmons family. Yeah. He was a real good ball player. I remember he played senior later. He played second base for the seniors. He was a good ball player. And then we have Alex White and of course Fox and Sandy, and the executive were Jim Cousins and Danny Gallant, and Terence Carney, Sandy's father, was on the executive. Joe McLean, I'm not sure. He might have been Hot Dog's father. I'm not sure. Father Joe Muse. And Simon White, Father Joe Muse there. That's the conduit to Carmel. But there's a guy by the name of Frank Sim on that team. And I didn't know this till we had her in the Waterford Sports Hall of Fame. He came down. Yep. And he's a famous doctor at the Lay Clinic. And he's out of Stellarton. So he came down, and he spent 1 year in New Waterford because his father was a mine superintendent or a mine manager or somebody with mine expertise. So he transferred down from Stellarton to New Waterford. So he played with these guys, and he was a real good ball player, but he was an exceptional hockey player. Mm-hmm. So he burned up the high school league in Stellarton. He went on to play at Dalhousie, and there was talk about him having a pro career, but he had to concentrate on medicine. Obviously, it worked out for him, and he's a famous doctor. But he played with all these guys, and here's another New Waterford connection. When he was in Stellarton, the guy that did most of the coaching for him and got him on his way was Leo Fahey.
Oh, my goodness.
So Leo Fahey was probably a better hockey player than he was a ball player. Now, he's a substantial ball player. He played in the H&D League, so he was some kind of a ball player. But I think he was unbelievable, and he played with all kinds of provincial hockey teams and winners and everything, but he's a legend in the New Glasgow, Stellarton area. But he got Frankie Sim on his way and he used to take him in the rink early in the morning. And I read a write-up about it, how Frankie alluded to Leo as being a major influence in him. Nice so that's a neat story on those guys. And so, as you know, the baseball is still continuing. And I think we're going to shortly approach one of baseball's heyday.
Okay. Well, we've been talking about the history of baseball in the Waterford area. We've been moving on up from the early 1900s into the 50s. We're getting into the late 50s now, 59 to 65 era. Now we're going to talk about mainly and particularly senior baseball in the Waterford, the very successful years there. I know you have some great stories and some great accounts of the teams and some of the players involved, so take it from there.
Well, Ambrose, for guys like you and me, our vintage, they were our boys of summer. Yeah. We all played ball. We all loved to play ball, and these guys were like our heroes, and they were our role models. And we were able to have substantial bragging rights in the Cape Breton community because New Waterford, if they ever weren't winning the baseball, then they were
knocking on
the door. And so the group of athletes that came up over a period of 5 or 6 years, they just all came together, and it was an outstanding group of athletes and probably an organization that would carry them through. So in 1959, as I alluded to, a blessing for New Waterford is that one Mike Roberts returned home from the States. Yeah. And so he came into New Waterford to solidify the infield, and they were playing in a very tough Cape Breton Colliery League. The same thing. It's always the same thing. So the year previous to that, I think City Mines won the Nova Scotia, and they lost out in the Maritime by a close score. So that's Leo Doyle and Rusty Gordon and all those guys. So I think it was New Waterford's year in 1959. They won the Cape Breton Championship. They went through the league fairly easily, and in the playoff series. The playoff series then were best of 9. They played 9 games. Yeah. So New Waterford, the 59 team, I think, won fairly easily in New Waterford. And then they got to a point where they had to wait before they went to the provincials, and so they decided to play Stellarton. I think Leo Fahey might have been still involved with Stellarton then, not playing, but maybe coaching. So they beat Stellarton, and then they beat a fine team from the Valley, the Canning team, and then they went off and played Woodstock in was arguably one of the best baseball series ever played in New Waterford. And maybe one of the greatest sports achievements in New Waterford, individual achievements, I would say, because they beat Woodstock in the finals, and I think they won the last game 4-1, but it went 15 innings. And Dale Carney pitched no-hit ball for 9 and went and pitched the whole 15 innings, and they won it in the 15th. And Dale wasn't playing ball that year. He was building a house. And I don't know if he pitched a game. And he's a big, strong guy. But to me, that's one of the best feats that I've ever heard of. We've had guys score piles of goals in hockey, guys that filled the hoop in basketball. We got a guy like Richie Spears drafted to the NBA, scored a pile of points in certain games. But like, I don't know if there's anything that would be better than this, especially after not playing ball.
Individual achievement, yeah.
Especially under pressure.
Yeah.
Especially with the stands packed.
Yeah.
I remember they let us out of school for that. It was in October, and we marched down, and that place was just jammed. The place was packed, and I can remember being on the first base, behind the first base dugout down the sideline. So we're 5 and 6 deep in right field, and we're watching this. And Carl Marsh made 2 sensational over the shoulder catches, and it was a tremendous day in New Waterford. And I have a picture of that team I'm going to show you, and we'll read off some of the names. This is I feel I have to mention these guys' names because these guys were my heroes. They're probably your heroes. Anybody our age that played ball, these guys were the guys. And so on that team was Dale Carney, Bernie McKinnon was the coach, great baseball coach. Harold McCacker was the manager. Ray Bozo Steele, Mike Roberts, Bernie Cameron, Timmy Nearing, Joe Burns, Stan Exall, Ken Timmons Jr., our senior, he was always involved in baseball. Yeah. Dan Willie McKinnon, Claire Lorad, James Sonny Lever, Michael Spike McKinnon, Gordie McDougall, famous boxer Gordie. Art Hot Dog was his nickname, McLean. William Bucky Wallace, Mark's father, and our good friend and former coach and mentor, Carl Marsh. Yeah. And they had the strength of that team was I think the strength of the team was they were good in every area. Yeah. They could hit, they could really field.
Great defense.
They had speedsters who could run, and they could defend. And so they had $1 million infield, in my opinion. They had Bozo at third, and they had Mike Roberts at short, and Carl at second, and Dan Willie played first. And Dan Willie got a bad shake over the years as not being that able at first, but I think Dan Willie's problem was pop-ups. He had problems with pop-ups, and that's why Carl would wave him off and take all the pop-ups. But in reality, Dan Willie was a very good first baseman. He didn't make any miscues over there. He caught everything they threw at him, and he kept any ball that was hit towards him. He was able to play and get the out at first. Yeah, so he was. But when you're playing with slicksters like those three that could handle the glove, I guess you get a label as being, just a so-so defender. That wasn't a deserved label. Dan Willie was a great hitter on that team. I think he led the league in batting one year when he came back from softball. Dan Willie played a lot of softball too, so he was into baseball. But he played all through the years with the juveniles and the juniors, and particularly with the Mount Carmel banner, right? Yeah. So he was the first baseman, and we used to go and practice. I remember myself, Harry Steele, Paul DeVoe, somebody else. We'd practice over on the Coal Chute property there. That's on the other side of the road next to Jones, that little pie-shaped property near there. And we would practice. I would be playing Carl. Harry Steele's brother would be playing Mike. And Polly would be playing Bozo, I guess. And we just practiced, and we thought we were them. And so they were there. And Carl did such nice work.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Carl's artistic ability.
Yeah, besides his athletic ability.
Yeah, look at what he did on Bozo. He did this picture on Bozo, and beautiful artwork. And Bozo was a hustler. Could he ever play ball? Yeah. Steal bases, wore his emotions on his sleeve, could hit, could run, could field. a real crowd pleaser, right?
Yeah.
Because he was an all-time baseball player. And then we have this looks like Dan Willey, and Carl did a beautiful rendering of Dan Willey, and shows all the attributes of Dan Willey and some neat little lingo in there.
Yeah.
And then he did a picture of Mike, and Mike to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mike's not the best ball player from New Waterford. He's the best ball player I saw, and I think he was the best ball player my father saw. So that pretty well tells you if he's the best ball player ever came out of New Waterford. Yeah. Maybe even Cape Breton, really. Mike could do it all. Yeah. I just loved watching Mike Roberts play. And then there's Bucky.
Fantastic work.
Yeah, Bucky Wallasack, who was older than those guys. And Bucky played a little bit with my father. He might have played on that 53 intermediate team when he was a youngster, and then he came up and he played with these guys. He's a little bit older, and I think he played center field with these guys. And Jimmy Nemus didn't play this year in 59. He was billing else too, and so he didn't play in 59. So I think Bucky played center field. But these guys were our heroes, and these guys get on the fire engine after every win. And baseball was huge then. The crowds were crazy. Even during a regular season game, there's 500 or 600 people. Sydney would come in, and then they didn't win any provincial championships from 59 to 65, but they won 4 consecutive, ending in 65. And in 65, as you know, they won the Maritime again. Mm-hmm. But they had trouble in Halifax. They ran into some real good teams, and you got to remember that the H&D League was just folding then. So then the semi-professional baseball was ending, and Halifax had an even bigger pool of players that they were playing against, and they ran into Dick Loisel there. I'll allude to him later. And they ran into a guy by the name of Wendell Wombolt, who threw a forkball, which people now call a sinker. And so, but they were always in competitive games, and I can remember staying at my grandfather's. My parents went to the States and listening to Donnie McIsaac on the radio, broadcasting the games. Yeah. And they were in some big games in Halifax. In 65, I have a picture of the 65 team. They won the Maritime title. We'll put those names up on a video on the board. I don't have all their names right here with me, but James E. Nemus was patrolling center field in that team, and my God, he could go get him. It was unbelievable what he could do in center field. There wasn't too many balls got out of center field, but they won the Cape Breton title for the 4th consecutive year. Okay. There was 3 teams: Sydney, Glace Bay, and New Waterford. They brought up some youngsters: Jackie Demeter, George Hughes, and Claudia McKenzie. I think they were rookies that year. I'm not sure, but Jackie hit .390, won the league batting title, played third base. George hit .386, played second base and pitched. And Claudia was a great catcher, could hit, all around athlete. These 3 guys were all around athletes. They all played soccer, they all played basketball, they all played baseball. That's just pretty well the way it was in the day. And they led this team really, along with Mike and Dan Willey. And I don't think Carl was there. I think he was in Shefferville teaching. I don't know who was playing second base, but they won the Cape Breton Championship 5-2 over Sydney, and then they split in Dartmouth, and George Hughes came in the second game in Dartmouth. They were blowing a lead, I guess, and George came in as I guess an 18-year-old and shut them down, and then they came back to New Waterford, and they won 2 games. It was a 2 out of 3 series, and they won 4-1 in New Waterford, both games. And Roberts, who became a pitcher later on, he got a good strong arm, like he had a cannon for an arm, and so he worked his way in pitching. I don't think he pitched in 59, but after that they needed a good arm, and Mike shut Dartmouth down to win that, and then they went on to meet the Moncton Schooners, and they won 2 out of 3. All played in New Waterford, 6-3 and 8-3. And Stan Exall, another versatile athlete who played right field, so I guess sometimes first base. I saw him at rarely, and he pitched, and so he pitched that game for them. But these guys were our heroes. I can remember going in the car with Bucky Walsack. He picked me up after school, and he'd be going over to a playoff game in City Mines, and it seemed like it took us forever. At least I bet you an hour and a half to get to City Mines, and no bypass, nothing. It seemed like the longest drive. I get over there, and I'm in awe of all these guys. I'm 10, 11 years old. I also went with Spikey a lot of times. He used to take me to games, and because I was related to those guys, my mother was using her influence to get me to games. But I saw Stan Chuck Maxwell play. My God, could he play? Stan Chuck Maxwell came in from Truro. He played in the H&D League. Probably one of the better players ever played here. He played hockey. A lot of people think he was better than Willie O'Ree. He played with the Quebec Aces with John Bellevaux. He just wasn't in the right place at the right time to be the first black player to play in the NHL. But by today's standards, he would have been an NHL player. Yeah. My father told me that. I've read more stuff on him. He was an unbelievable athlete. So he came in with City Mines, and he played center field, shortstop, and he pitched. The debate was who's the better ball player, Mike Roberts or Stan Chuck Maxwell. Gordie Stewart, big guy. I think his nickname was Farmer. Could he ever hit? And Brian Cullen was playing for them, shortstop most of the time. He was lightning. He could really run and steal bases. And then I recognized one time in an old newspaper clipping, he and Abs McPherson and somebody else, Albert McPherson, went up and represented Cape Breton in the Annikanish relays, and they blew everybody off the field in the 400 relay race. And Brian Cullen, and then we had Russie Gordon, who they say is one of their best ball players of all time. And then Judge Bob Ferguson, Jamie Ferguson's father was a real good ball player. He played with them. And then there's the infamous Mooney Clark. Okay. Everybody remembers Mooney. Mooney was a character, and Mooney used to get the fans going. He'd shout back at the fans, and the fans would shout back at him, and he'd turn his rear end to the fans, and the stuff that he would do, some of the stuff I can't even talk about. It was just unbelievable. And then Sydney had Junior Penny and Bobby Tubbard and Carl Campy Crawford, who later became a policeman and a real good athlete. And then Glace Bay had Jimmy Hoffman and Jackie Ferguson, who eventually played with New Waterford. And Eric Parsons came in from Halifax, and then Big Jim McClellan. Big Jim McClellan played a little ball in New Waterford and a lot of ball in Glace Bay. His father was a mine manager here, and then so he sort of played some junior ball in New Waterford, maybe a little senior, but he was playing mostly with Glace Bay. And what I noticed from that era, as I told you, these guys were our heroes and they were our role models, and we sucked up everything that happened. They played against some good ball players. Like Dick Loisel came in to play ball here. Now, I'm just going to give you a little story about Dick Loisel. I watched Dick Loisel play ball, and I never really knew the significance of Dick Loisel. They couldn't beat Dick Loisel. He was like unbelievable how fast he was. Mm-hmm. When I was playing basketball at St. FX, Dick Loisel was refereeing. And I remember he'd pass the ball into me, and he would say, "Take it easy, settle down." You know what I mean? It's really like a player's referee, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so I got that appreciation of him, but I watched him on the ball field. He was an insane competitor. Like, he was throwing at guys and everything. It was hardball when he was playing. And I never saw the softer side of him. And then I don't know, I'm going to say the 74 or 75, I took two kids to Montreal to run the bases. The province had a run the bases program where they raised money. You got sponsors, you ran the bases, the money went to the province, Nova Scotia Amateur Baseball, and the two fastest players from the province, I guess it would be 12 and under and 14 and under, would go to Montreal. Well, I was with Freddie Compton, Nova Scotia Amateur Baseball. I was playing for Freddie then, and he was paying me to play ball. And the way he did it, he made me the secretary-treasurer of the Nova Scotia Amateur Baseball Association, and I pre-signed all the checks. He did all the books. We went to meetings. I never had a clue about the finances. He answered every question, but that was his way of getting me to play ball in Sydney. I think he gave me $500 for the summer, which was pretty good. And so I took two kids T.D. Chesson, the former superintendent of schools, his son Gerard, and then a kid by the name of Brian Maxwell from Sydney Mines. And T.D.'s young fella, Gerard, did well in that division, but young Maxwell, he almost won the thing. He's a young guy from Sydney Mines, a good hockey goaltender later, I learned, but a real good athlete, but could he ever run? And so we're up there in Jerry Park before the next game, and they do it. And sure enough, he's got the fastest time going into the last runner, and the last runner is a big rangy guy from BC, and they tie, and so they have to have another runoff, and young Maxwell lost. I think the guy had more stamina, but I don't know, and I don't know if anybody really coached Maxwell on. I gave him a few pointers, but I never really coached him on running the bases. Boy, he was fast, eh? Yeah. But Dick Loisel. I was in a room with all these executives, and like I'm 23, 22, and these guys are what I considered ancient. They're 50-year-old guys, right? You know, and they're talking about how we're going to run the competition. They're talking about we get X amount of time. This is a national television. We got no place to. It's going to start at 8:15, and we're going to be on the field at 7:36, and this is the way it's going. I'm saying, wow, well, this is something else. And these guys are talking about baseball. I'm young. I'm not saying a word. Like I'm out of my element there, right? And the guy says the fastest pitcher I ever saw. He played in Montreal, because Montreal had a baseball foundation. That's where Jackie Robinson broke in. The Montreal Royals. That's where a lot of the Red Sox went to, later on, a Red Sox affiliation. He said the fastest pitcher I ever saw that ever pitched in AAA in Montreal was a guy by the name of Dick Loisel. And I'm sitting there, and he said, I don't know whatever happened to him. And I said, well, I think I know what happened to him. And I told him about Dick refereeing the basketball games I played, and I told him I played in Waterford. He said he was unbelievable. He said he was throwing aspirins. He said, I never saw a guy throw the ball that hard. So I later learned, I went to a national finals when Dartmouth were hosting in 2000 and whatever. I went up there early 2000s with Dave McKinnon. We went to the ball games, and who do I run into but Dick Loisel? Dick Loisel is sitting next to me, and we had a great chat. Dick Loisel was hit out by the Milwaukee Braves. He was in the vintage of Mike. And so he was in Mike's vintage in 58, 59, 60, but they hit him out. They hit him, and now Dick told me this, him and Denny Cloninger, who became a famous MLB baseball pitcher, they hid them out, so they were under the radar. Now, I don't know the nuances around that. I forget how Dick was explaining it, but they got in the system after that, and Dick Lloyd had a stellar minor league career. Then he hurt his arm. And so obviously he had a stellar career because the guys in Montreal are talking about
I remember them, yeah.
And then he played against Mike and them, because he moved back to Halifax, and he went to St. Mary's. He was the quarterback of the football team, the best player on the basketball team, and he was a tremendous baseball player. And so he played against Mike. And I said, well, he said, Lowell, I had Division I scholarships. I couldn't play basketball or football or baseball in the States. But once I was a pro athlete, I couldn't play any. So I came to St. Mary's. I loved the Maritimes. He stayed for the rest of his life there. He became big in wheelchair baseball. But it was hard to beat him when he was pitching, and they were having trouble with him. And then Carson Ellis came down from Hansport one year. He was unbelievable, 6'4" catcher, something like Carlton Fisk. And then there was Jimmy Beckman, who was probably as good a hockey player as came out of the province and played in the International Hockey League, and he was unbelievable. And then Mooney was always putting on a show. And then I ran into a guy by the name of Sam Jarrow. So in 1960, I watched a brawl happen in New Waterford, and I was outside the fence after leaving a game. And the brawl was between Sydney and New Waterford, and the umpire was Favreau. Favreau, I think, and I can't say his first name, but it was Favreau and Frank Elliott did the umpiring. And you remember those guys, and they were brought in to umpire. Elliott made a career out of it. He refereed hockey, so he stayed here year round. So these guys were were in. I think it was probably the only way they could have some impartiality to umpiring here, because we had a lot of homers in various towns. Umpires were homers, and a homer is, for younger guys watching this video, maybe some younger guy will watch this video sometime, that a homer is a guy that cheats for the home team. That's a true story. That's what happens. But anyhow, or gives all the close calls to the home team. Maybe that's a better way to say it. But one of my relatives started a brawl on the way out of the field. Sammy Jarrow, who's from Amherst, and who was hired by Fred Compton, who later became a friend of mine, to play ball in Sydney. Sammy played in 8 teams in the Maritimes. Sammy had a tryout with he was in the training camp with Jackie Robinson.
Wow.
And he had a tryout with the Dodgers back then. So he's a hired gun. He's played in a pile of teams. I remember Sammy Jarrow since the day he stepped on. He had a blue glove. I never saw anybody with a blue glove. Like, this is back in 1960. Yeah. Remember we had the black diamonds? Yeah. The black diamond was the glove. Yeah. And if you had a black diamond, you were special. And later on, I learned about Wilson's and the stuff from my father. But this guy had a blue glove. So anyhow, the ball breaks out, and I'm watching this from outside the gate because the brawl happened around the gate. Sammy Jarrow hops on top of the fence. He's on top of the 8-foot fence, and he jumps on Dan Willie McKinnon's Volkswagen. So Shirley Nimmons is pregnant. She's in the car, and Nancy's in the car. The brawl was on. It was unbelievable. So later, this is how sports comes back. Okay, later in 1969, I'm playing baseball. I'm playing senior baseball in Sydney. I was old enough to play junior. I was coaching you guys in the juveniles, but I was playing senior ball. I think it was intermediate. I fluctuated from junior, intermediate to senior in Sydney for a period of, because there was no ball in Waterford. And we're up in Antigonish playing against the Antigonish team. Eric Parsons is our coach. It was the Sydney Panthers at the time. Yeah. And I'm playing left field this day, and Sammy Jarrow is playing for Antigonish. I couldn't believe it. He's 40. I am 20. And playing second base is for Dominion, for Antigonish, is Gino Scatlone.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Gino Scatlone played with my father because sometimes they had intermediate teams and senior teams. So he's younger than my father, but closer to my father's vintage. I'm 20. Jarrow's 40. Gino's older and still able to play. Another interesting story, I'm going to digress here. My father, did you ever hear the word ringer?
Yeah.
Yeah, a ringer was a player that played, something, they brought a ringer in, meaning he's a good player. But other times, a ringer was a player who took the place of another player on another team and played under an assumed name. So my father taught me about ringers when I was young, and he told me he played in Dominion. I have a picture of it here, on a Dominion team that won a Nova Scotia junior title. And I forget what, I got the picture. His name is not Joe Cormier in that picture.
He's an alias.
Yeah, he's an alias. And Gino would have been on that team. Okay. So that's the connection. But anyhow, there we go. Sam Jarrow, from being involved in a brawl, from being, and generations later, I'm just going to St. FX that year, and it's 69, it's the summer of 69, I'm playing ball with him. And years later, like a couple of years ago, we're in Sydney, and Eric Parsons is there, and Sam Jarrow comes down to watch all the Sooners games. And he comes down with a guy from Bucky Sampson and Bob Morrison, or from St. Peter's, and they come to all the Sooners games. Sammy comes from Antigonish. Yeah. So Eric's there, and they're all, everybody's trying to get upmanship. Everybody's trying to get a story. Sammy's teasing Eric. Eric's teasing Sammy, and it's tremendous atmosphere. So anyhow, I'm thinking to myself, I remember playing against this guy, and I remember he hit one over my head in the what's the name? The Columbus Field. Yeah. That's where they played, Antigonish, and there was no fence in left field, and I'm playing him on the running track, which has got to be 380 feet, and he went over my head at like at least 420. So I remembered that. So I went off through my scrapbooks, and surely to God I found a clipping. So I brought it in there, and Eric is going on about his prowess, and I give this to Sammy. And Sammy produces the document. Sammy hit a home run off of Eric in that game. And Eric was speechless when I brought that. But, yeah, that's who he hit the home run off of.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize, I forgot. I had a home run that game too. But I hit one in I'm a left-handed batter. I hit one in right field. I didn't have many home runs. I never had much power, but that was only 275 feet. That field was short, and so I got her, eked her over. But Sammy hit a home run off Eric. It was at least 420 feet. And so later on, I went to, and there's other stories about the Giants when they were playing. I remember this one time, it was really special. I don't know who they were playing. It was a huge crowd. You know, everybody's packed, eh? And somebody gets hurt at second base. And Ambrose, I think weren't you a bat boy for one of these teams?
I was a bat boy there for 3 years at Red Ronnie, yeah.
Yeah, do you remember, like, that would be like 61, 62, 63, yeah?
In that era, yeah. It's great.
Yeah.
Like you say, go over to Sydney Mines, a big long drive. I remember you saying that near and dear to my heart. Like,
and so remember how we used to, I guess the word is steal the balls?
Yeah.
The ball would be hit over the fence.
Outside the fence.
We'd have a guy throw it to another guy.
Foul ball.
And he'd relay it up to the other guy.
Yeah.
And then we'd be gone. And we'd have a ball. And that's the only way we could play. We'll get back to baseballs on the art of doing something with a baseball later. But there was this big game there, and the place is packed again. And there's a collision at second base. Guy slides in hard. I don't know what. He's upended. He's wounded. He's on the ground. So the Waterford's infamous trainer, Johnny Lowell, runs out. He's got a little kit bag. He runs out to the field, grabs the kit bag, runs out, and he gets. The Waterford dugout was on third baseline, so he runs by third base. He's going out toward shortstop with the bag, and all of a sudden the bag opens and a pint of Olin's beer. A pint of Olin's beer falls on the field. That's crazy. Olin's was the sponsor. I don't know if they were drinking beer on the bench or it was for after the game, but the place went bananas. There you go, right in the middle of the game. And so I remember the fans too. Like the fans were like, my mother was to say she was a pro at being vociferous, and I guess I get some of my personality from her because I got the one-liners like she would have had. But I don't remember her then because my father wasn't involved. Okay, but I remember Tiny McDonald.
Yeah.
Big Jim McClellan's mother over Glace Bay. I remember her and Tiny going. I was 10 or 11 sitting in this. They were like, I mean, I thought they were going to have a fight. It was bizarre how they were and how they were, and the sharp lines they were using on one another was unbelievable. Right now it was refreshing. I was my eyes were wide open when I was young. But Cookie Nemus, remember Cookie Nemus, Jimmy Nemus' father? He was prominent at the games. People were betting on games. I think the guy's name was Dunner Sutherland. He came in and $20 on Waterford, and somebody would say $20 on the Bay. And of course, alcohol was involved in a lot of that stuff. Yeah. And then I would, wait for Spiky to come in the Waterford. He'd drive me to away games in Bucky, but in Waterford, I'd wait to get his glove to go in so I could save 10 cents. Yeah. So I carried his glove in, felt like $1 million. And we used to sneak under the fence over behind the first base dugout there. And then, I also remember the days that, like, everybody was playing so much ball. We all played ball in our neighborhoods. And we get into these clinches. Remember them? Yeah. And we get a guy in whatever yard you were playing in, and you chase the guy and run down.
Run down.
So we play that all the time. And then I remember we could never get a ball. We'd steal a ball, but like you hear the term bat the cover off a ball. Mm-hmm. Like you're never going to see somebody bat a cover off a ball anymore, because although the ball is going fairly good here, kids don't play in their neighborhood. They have access to a whole pile of balls. They will not use a ball for a period of weeks. So this is what batting the cover off a ball is. I have this ball here.
Literally.
And this ball, I broke the seams of this ball. For anybody who doesn't know, there's 108 stitches on a baseball. So I broke the seams on this ball just lately. And this is what's inside a baseball. So in baseball is a multitude of layers of yarn, and there's a little rubber cork in the bottom. And that's how they build the baseballs. And baseballs are still the talk now because There's talk that the balls were juiced. Right now, the balls are slippery. The players can't grip them. So what we would do is pin the baseballs down like that and we'd bat the cover off them.
Yeah.
We'd bat them until we couldn't use them again, and we were using bats that had nails in them, and nails in them. I remember playing on the road. And we had a bat with a nail in it, and I was catching, and I went to catch it in first bounce, because then if you had a sponge ball, first bounce was out, and the bat hit me right here, the top part of the bat, the guy, and it had a nail in it, and I guess I didn't know I almost lose my eye, but I had to go for stitches, right? Yeah. And so we used to tape the balls. Yeah. That's a taped ball. We get the ball would wear out. Yeah. The cover would come off it. We'd tape balls and we'd play for forever. And very rarely did we have anything as pristine as that kind of a baseball, right?
Never see those.
Yeah, and then we used a lot of ingenuity. If you didn't have we played in every corner. So like my area played like down by Jones Physiotherapy, that area. That was called the coal chute. Mm-hmm. If you could hit it over the road, and the only guy I knew who could do that was Tommy Ross. You were a real star. Yeah. Other areas were the Army Navy, where the Heather is now and behind the Army Navy, or the boxing club is now, I guess. Yeah. And then there was Laffin's Field. Do you remember where you played?
Yeah. Oh, well, we played in our backyard. Yeah. Like you hit it over Sharp's Lane. If you got it over there, that was the home run. Like there was no houses there. It's a big wide field. Yeah.
Yeah. So every neighborhood had 2 or 3 spots where they could go play, and you just made a field out of it. And then I remember, if you didn't have enough for a game, you played single scrub. Yeah. And what happened is, say you had 8 players, one guy at bat, and you'd only use from home to first. Everybody else would move around the field, and the guy would pitch. I think the rotation was left field to center field, right field to first base to short, the third to pitch, to eventually catch and then bat. And so if you're playing that way, you only had 1 out, so you had to hit it to as far as the guy would pitch it in. Yeah. You hit as far as you could. They chased it. You had to run to first and back. Yeah. And then the longer you could do that without getting thrown out at the plate, you could bat. Yeah. So we played ball all day, even if we didn't have 18 players. And so the next one we played was double scrub. Yeah. That's if you had, say, 14 players and still didn't have enough for a game. And what would happen is the players would rotate around the field the same way, only this time you had a partner. Yeah. And you had to hit it, and you just had to get to first. If you stayed on first, you're okay if you made it before the guy caught it. And the other guy would have to drive you in. So on the infield or the outfield, you had to play at first or home. Yeah. And whoever got out, if I got out run to home, I'm out, not the guy that hit it. Yeah. And so we played that, and then we played singles and doubles. You remember that? Yeah. And we divide just 2 guys usually. You make marks on the field, and that was it. And then the guy could stand up and hit them out by himself. Yep. And you go out and hit it over your head. It was a home run. You'd have to keep the ball in play. Every ball you caught was an out. 3 outs would be you go to bat. And if you field the ground ball good, that's an out. If you booted it, that's a single. If it went behind you, it's a double. If it went through the gap, it's a triple, right? Yeah. Went over your head, it's a home run. So that's what we played. And they tell me Walsack and those guys, Jimmy Muse telling me they played 500 up, but I never really got the description of what 500 up.
I never did either.
That's what Mark and Dougie and Jimmy Muse and those guys would have played. And so I guess the end of my baseball stories were, we always thought the Black Diamond was the best glove, but really the gloves around professional baseball and start filtering into Canada were Rawlings, McGregor, and Wilson. So I can remember my father and I went to Boston in the early 60s. That was the first time I went to Fenway. It was amazing. So he's going to buy me a glove. He takes me downtown to a place called Dick McAuliffe Sporting. So he would have did the research. He would have known where to go. And we go in there, and much to my mother's chagrin, I think we were on a budget, he bought me a new Wilson. So it wasn't the top of the line Wilson, don't get me, but it was still an upgrade from my Black Diamond or whatever else I was using. So he was in there talking to this guy, and because my father's knew a lot about equipment and stuff like that, and they were talking in my father's baseball history, and the guy says, you realize that just about now most of the gloves are going to be made in China father was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that. He said, yeah, we're sending, all the patents are going over to China. We're sending everything over to China, leather included. He said, it's all going to China. He said, the only glove being made in the States is the Wilson A2000. That's still the best glove. You see them on television now, Wilson A2000 or the Wilson A2000 2K. You look at some of the pictures and you get it. Yeah. So anyhow, there's Rawlings too, and there's other ones. But they started shipping it, and isn't that where everything's made now?
Yeah, everything is,
But here's something that'll bring you back to earth. Baseball undershirts. The teams had short sleeves jerseys, and there was an undershirt that came under it. The Dodgers had blue undershirts, the Red Sox, and all you saw was the color of the sleeves.
Yes.
The front part of that thing was all white, and that was your baseball undershirt. You put it on, but you only showed the sleeves. The guy told me that he was in charge of the major league contract for baseball undershirts. So can you imagine how much money he was making?
Sure.
And he got his cotton from Stanfield's in Truro. Yeah. He said we're using all the cotton from Stanfield's in Truro to make these undershirts. So there's
interesting.
There's an interesting thing.
Yeah.
One other thing I never talked about, and it'll be a segue into a later part of this, is how we decided to pick teams and how we decided to play who had last bats. And we used a game called Shimmy. And here's Norman Rockwell had a picture of it in it was the National Saturday Evening Post. I think Norman Rockwell. He was a famed American artist, and he captured America during the day with all his drawings. So here's a picture of guys playing Shimmy. You and I are going to demonstrate it later, okay?
Yeah. Okay, Lowell, we're going to pick it up again now. We talked about Waterford district baseball. There's lots of districts outlying areas like Scotchtown, Lingan, New Victoria, River Rhine. And I think we're going to talk a little bit about Lingan now. We talked about Stan Exall being a great baseball player from the area. And I think his home area is Lingan. So let's talk a little about Lingan and the baseball development there.
Yeah, it's surprising the development in Lingan, but I guess it's like, how everybody played in their neighborhoods. That was obviously just an extended neighborhood of New Waterford, and there was lots of ball in Lingan. I got a picture here of the Lingan Hustlers. Look at that. That's Hustlers. A pretty quality picture. It's a picture of guys in Lingan who were playing at the time. I don't know the names of the guys, but I know that Lionel Petrie was on that team, and I know that Dougie Petrie was on that team. And Dougie Petrie was one of the best athletes ever come out of New Waterford. Or Waterford area, I guess, because he came out of Lingan. But he was a scoring star for the 1946 New Waterford, 47 New Waterford Strands hockey team that won the Cape Breton title, beat the City Millionaires. He was a junior. And he was a great center fielder. Played with my father and Marshall and those guys, but he got killed in a car accident, I think at the age of 20, outside Arnold's Bridge and outside of Victoria Mines there. Lionel would have been his brother. Then we have Buck Kelly, our famous old buddy Buck Kelly. He did some chucking for those guys, and I think Stan Burke is on this team, and that would be Bobby and Pius's brother. They were both good ball players. But Lingan, has a rich history of baseball. When you take in that brother Matthias Bootler,
famous story,
is from Lingan.
Yeah,
and brother Matthias Bootler is the guy that taught Babe Ruth how to play ball. So Matthias Bootler left Lingan as a kid, and somehow ended up in the States, and was a member of Savarian Order at the Boston Boys Home, or the Baltimore Boys Home, and he was in charge of discipline and recreation. Well, he had a propensity for baseball, but he was disciplined because he was 6'6", 250. Babe Ruth was incorrigible at the time, 7 years old. Parents were both working in the family-run business, which was taverns or saloons. Babe had to be put in the boys' home, and he came under Brother Matthias's wing. And I'm not going to tell you the whole story about Babe Ruth, but he taught Babe Ruth how to play ball. Babe Ruth refers to Brother Matthias, Martin Bootler from Lingan, as the greatest man he ever knew, as the guy that got him on his way. And Babe would come to Nova Scotia years after he retired on these infamous hunting trips. And here you can see a picture here where he has a bear, a moose, 2 deer on his car. I read a story, true story, put it on a steamer, sent it back to New York, got it off the steamer, tied it on his car, and drove it right down one of the prominent streets in New York to his apartment building. So Babe would bring a car home every year, every second year, to brother Matthias, who lived in Halifax, retired in Halifax, and would bring a car home. So Matthias Bootler is out of Lingan. Mike Roberts is out of Lingan.
Yeah.
Mike Roberts spent his formative years in Lingan. Yeah. Stan Exall is out of Lingan. Dougie Petrie, Lionel Petrie. Yeah. So, per capita, small area, look at the impact that Lingan has had on the baseball history in Nova Scotia, but not only that, baseball history on the world, or North America for sure. With Brother Matthias.
Yes.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Little did we know, eh?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, you've talked about a lot of baseball players from the Waterford area, and coaches, referees, or umpires rather. What about yourself, your own little career, not little career, but your career in baseball? You played some yourself. Tell us a little about some of the teams you played with.
Well, like everybody else, that's all we did in the summer was play baseball, and so I played Little League. And then I can remember one interesting story in Little League. I was on a team. We had 2 teams in Waterford went into Sydney to play in the Maritime, I guess it was the Maritime title, or the Cape Breton title, probably, to see who would represent the area. And this was Gary was on the team, and I can remember.
Gary McDonald.
Gary McDonald. I'm 2 years younger than Gary. Gary had a bad sports birthday. I think he was born in December. So I was playing on that team, and Gary was pretty well the man.
Yeah.
He was the man on that team. And I remember we were playing in there, and Gary had to go to the hospital. Something happened where he got hit with the ball, fielding the ball, and he had a ring on. First time I've ever seen it. And of course, the hand swelled up, and they had to cut Gary's ring off. So that's a little story about our Little League prowess. And then after that, I played Carl Marsh and House Leagues again. Mm-hmm. Carl Marsh and Sonny Lever put a team together, a house league in Mount Carmel. Well, I think it was 4 midget age teams, 16 and under. I think it was only 13 playing in that. And I learned a lot of ball from Carl and Sonny. And then after that, baseball was getting iffy. And I tried out for the juniors when I was 16 years old. Now juniors 21 and under. And I made the junior team, and I was playing second base along. Gary was playing short, and Tony Burns was playing first, and Billy Corbett was playing third base, and Mickey Stevenson and guys like that were playing. I don't remember all of the other players. Clarence Lee was our ace chucker. Boy, he could play ball. He was from the St. Michael's area. He was a left-hander. He wouldn't be 5'8", 120 pounds in his heyday, but boy, could that guy play ball. So we were sort of a ragtag crew. Never had any uniforms. We were wearing uniforms that were from every vintage of New Waterford, from the Dodgers to the Giants to the Athletics, whatever, you know what I mean? And we were wearing everybody's uniforms. But we almost beat Sydney out. And Sydney were the Sydney Whitney Panthers. They had Kenny Crawford, the ace left-hander who could pitch, and Steve Moshichuk was coaching us, and then they beat us out in a 9-game series. In the final game, they were just lucky to beat us. So that was my introduction to maybe a higher level of ball. But I was only 16, but I thought I was in the big leagues, and we always wanted. My goal was to play for the New Waterford Giants.
Yeah.
The only problem is, as I got older and better, the New Waterford Giants didn't exist. So that's basically mine. And so after that, Gary, Tommy Ross, and myself went to play in Sydney.
Yeah. So
we played a lot of years of junior baseball and senior baseball in Sydney.
Yeah. Well, next team I'd like you to talk about is the 1968 Bantam Team here from New Waterford. Had a great run, and you were a crucial part of that. Let's go with that.
Well, I wasn't really a crucial part of it. I think it's an interesting story because, for some strange reason, Eddie was home for the summers, and so I know he worked in Kempville. Maybe because he had a permissive license as a teacher, maybe he was home for the summers. Right? He was probably doing baseball schools all across the Maritimes, but he spent the bulk of his time Eddie's sister Mamie's. And I was talking to Eddie one day in the store, and he says, a lot of good baseball talent around here. I'm only, well, at that point I'd be 65, 68. What would I be? This would be 67. So I'd be 18 years old. And he said, somebody should pick a midget team. So I don't know if he's telling me to pick a midget team or not, but sure enough, I went and got a midget team. I think Gary might have been coaching with me, because Gary and I did a lot of coaching together. We were playing ball in Sydney at the time. And so we put a midget team together, and we went down to Kentville. Brian O'Leary, Sonny Boudreau, Billy Burns, Fons Brenna, guys like that. And lo and behold, we're in the championship game. We had Halifax. Halifax were intimidating in those days with their population. We had them 5-0. For some strange reason, we lost 6-5 and lost the Nova Scotia title, probably through bad coaching. Anyhow, so that was interesting. So that was sort of the start of getting these midget and Bantam teams together. And juvenile, you played on the juvenile team.
Yeah.
This was the forerunner of those teams.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking back to the day. Think about this now. Put this in perspective. I'm 18 years old. I've got teams that are almost my same age.
Yeah.
I'm in Kentville, in charge of a baseball team. We had various drivers, because that's the way it went. Everybody had a car. Johnny Miles drove, Sonny Boudreau's father drove, my father drove, and another guy drove who I can't mention. And you'll know why I can't mention. He drove, he dropped us off. We stayed at the Aldershot Barracks, got back and forth to the games. This guy is gone. This guy went on a bender. This guy drove us down there. He went on a bender for weeks, I guess. I never saw him for years later. And here I am down in the valley with a group of kids, and I got to put I think it was the train. I think I put him on the train to Sydney.
Yeah.
And the trains were running there, but I would have had some good help. I just adult mentors. My father was there, Johnny Miles was there, but I found that a funny story. And then, so in '68, Eddie was still home, and he picked the Bantam team, and my God, they won the Nova Scotian and Maritime title. These guys could all play ball. I'm just going to mention some of their names: Jack Hutchison, Greg Hawley, Johnny Miles, Archie Hutchison, Michael Mo Timmons, Greg Droscher, Robbie Ross from Kentville was playing on the team. Michael Laffin.
Yeah.
Michael Laffin. There's a guy I watched play Little League that I thought was going to be an outstanding ball player. He moved with his father. His father was John Laffin, Mike Laffin's brother. Was big with Nova Scotia Power and Department of Mines and all that sort of stuff. And Michael was helping Eddie with the team. He must have been just a couple of years older, right? But he did become a good ball player. He played in Halifax. I never saw him play after that, but played in Halifax, senior and junior, and played in the Canada Games thing, I think. So he was a good ball player. But Michael
just retired recently from the legislature. He ran the provincial legislature. That was his career in Halifax.
The same Michael Laffin?
The same man, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my
Maybe
God!
2 years ago.
I wish I would have met him, a little later, because we could really reminisce, Jimmy Sutherland, Sandy Burns Jr., Uwalla McClellan. Yeah. They had Dougie Abbas from Sydney, and Pius Burke. Pius became a great pitcher for us on all kinds of levels. John King from Sydney, Alan McDonald from Sydney, and Dave McDonald from Sydney, and Johnny Miles was the manager. So they won. They beat out Glace Bay in Sydney, and then they went to Halifax, and they won 2 straight games in Halifax, and then they went to PEI, where they beat a tough team for Fredericton. So there's a team that won a Maritime Bantam Championship. That would be 14 and 13-year-olds under the auspices of Eddie Gillis. Yeah. And same old thing. That's a foundation of years that are going to come here. Yeah.
Well, we're continuing with the discussion of baseball. Now we're getting near the end of the 60s. Let's talk about years 68, 69 in the Waterford baseball.
Well, I guess we got our feet wet with the midget team in 67. And so I guess Gary and I decided that we're going to continue this, right? Mm-hmm. And so we put a juvenile team together. I have a picture here of... We never ever had a picture of that juvenile team. This is a picture of an all-star team from a house league. Mm-hmm. And if you look back on these players, in which we will allude to their names later, but these players are. I'm going to read their names. Actually, there's Donnie McIsaac, there's Reggie Ledbeater, there's Sonny Boudreau, there's Billy Burns, there's Johnny Hutchison, there's Frank McNeil, there's Dave Ditton, there's Kenny Cormier, there's Billy McKinnon, there's Joe Machillan, who could really pitch, there's yourself, Ambrose White, there's Dan Kennedy, there's Joe Young, there's Cyril McKinnon. That's a Babe Ruth all-star team, and you can remember probably better than I can. And so out of that league probably came that midget team,
Yeah.
and then became the foundation for the juvenile team. So, but the juvenile team, when we formed the juvenile team, all we did was practice. We practiced for 2 straight years. We practiced 4 or 5 times a week, and we get an exhibition game here and there. And then at the end of the summer, we play Sydney, Glace Bay, Sydney Mines. Obviously, we beat them, and then we go on and we go to Halifax for probably the provincial championship, and then we play off for the Maritime. So one year, we played the Richmond County All-Stars. That was an intermediate team. That was a senior crew. We beat them 3-2, and they had Vernon Boudreau, who was just a star of the Canada Games. He had a pile of hits against us, but our 17 and 18-year-olds went up there and beat a bunch of men in a 3-2 game. So then, as we moved on. Some of the guys that maybe I didn't mention before were on those teams were Archie McClellan played, and Donnie Ellsworth, Michael Wendt. Remember Michael Wendt?
Michael, definitely.
And then we picked up Alex McNeil from Dominion.
Yeah.
And then I'm just thinking, I think we got everybody else on that team. So we went to Halifax and we won went to Liverpool. We won the provincials 2 years in a row in Liverpool. They had a deluxe minor baseball outfit. They had teams all the way up. They had warm-up jackets. They had the best of uniforms. We had just a bag of bats and a bunch of. We were a rickshaw team, really, but you guys could play ball, and we won the Nova Scotian in '68. And then we went to the Maritime in '68 in Halifax, and we won that, and we won that kind of easily too. I think we beat Bathurst 6-3, but we beat a team from Joggins handily. We beat Halifax handily, and I can remember Philip Hadge. He had played at St. FX the year before I went there in '69, so this is '68. So he had played there in the winter of '68, and so he was on the Canadian junior national team as a pitcher, and we beat him. Mm-hmm. And probably Joe Machillan that beat him, because Joe was an ace chucker. Joe was as good as, at that point in time, Joe was as good as I've seen in the Maritimes. Yep. And we relied on small ball, good defense, and Joe. And Kenny could pitch. Kenny won the championship game there, but I think Joe did the heavy lift in beating Philip Hadge, right? Yeah. And we got home, getting ready to go to the season's over, and there's a protest in. The team from Joggins protested because we had all different uniforms on. Yeah. So that's the way it was. We had the Dodger old gray Dodgers, the old Giants.
We were all wearing Babe Ruth uniforms.
Babe Ruth uniforms, that's all we could get. Yeah. But obviously that was was thrown out. So in '69 we won again in Liverpool. Yeah. And then I was at St. FX then, and so I remember you guys came up and picked me up, and we went to Bathurst. We went up to Bathurst. They put us up, and we were. Peter Hinchy was one of the drivers. My father was one of the drivers. I don't know who else was driving, but Peter Hinchy had a businessman from town, and he had previously lived in Bathurst, so he was all over this. And so we drove there. You picked me up at St. FX, and Gary and I were put up in a hotel. I think you guys were building it.
Kenny and I were building together, I remember,
Like, it's the story of these games. It was in the falls, rain. Yes. So I don't know, 2 or 3 days and we didn't play, so we played one game, winner take all, on the last day that we were there, and we lost 1-0. Yeah. Joe Machillan and Philip Hadge were in a dandy. They pitched in a dandy. We lost 1-0 on a play at the plate. Dave Ditton threw a strike from left field on the guy that scored. It was a bang play at the plate. I think the guy was out, but there was no argument from me. You're not getting that call on the road. You'll never get that call playing on the road. Yeah. People after me after that, including Phil LePage's father, said that was. He said we got lucky there. I think we had him out at the plate. But God knows how long that game would have went on. But that was the end of that era of players up to '69, and there were a lot of good ball players that you're going to read more about as we go on. But you were on that team, and here's the difference between those guys that I coached and the guys later like Walsack and Dougie and all them. Certainly not those two guys. But Gary and I didn't have to hide anybody there.
Yeah.
Really, when you think of it, we put 9 guys out there. We're not hiding anybody. When I coached later on, from a small town, you got lower numbers. You're hiding a guy in right field. You're hiding a guy in left field. They're guys that are good guys, but they're just not as good a ball players. Back in the day, we had, and the other thing is, only because we practiced so much did I have some kind of a clue who was better. Yeah. But the problem with that system is we never played any games. Yeah. So I never got a chance to find out who was better. Yeah. There was probably guys that might have been better than the guys who were playing, but they never had a chance to prove it.
Never had the game experience.
And I was just going with the guys who I thought were the best. Yep. If we had played 25 games, everybody would have played a little bit, and I might have said, oh, you were better than this guy, or that guy was better than this guy. Yeah. But that was the downfall of that problem. But everybody could play. I wasn't hiding anybody.
Yeah. Okay, Lowell, we're going to continue this discussion. Late 60s there. We're moving on into the 70s now. We talked about a lot of baseball players there who are friends of mine to this day. I think some continued to play then. Why don't you pick it up?
Yeah, well, as you know, Gary and I were playing ball in Sydney while we were coaching here. And even when Juvenile, that last year Juvenile was then raised to 19 and under. I was old enough to play the first year of Juvenile, not the last year. The first year of Juvenile I was old enough to play. But anyhow, I decided that I was going to take these guys and put them in the Cape Breton Junior League, and I was going to play with them. So I got Sandy Burns and Eddie to coach the team, and we put an aggregation in the Junior League, and it was a big league. Baseball was good then. Glace Bay was good. Sydney was good. That's Dave McLean. The president of CBU now, Dave Dingwall. Rico McCachran, a buddy of mine now. He wasn't certainly a buddy then. Yeah. So we played a lot of ball, and we had a real good team. We beat Sydney in the playoffs. We beat them in the final deciding game in Waterford before about 1,000 fans, and that year we were short pitchers, and so I had a basically learn how to pitch. I always had a good arm. I played in Little League, pitched in Little League, but I didn't pitch anything after that. So I became a pitcher in that league, and so between Joe Machillan and I and Kenny and a few others, Roy Hughes even pitched. We handled the pitching. In a deciding game against, I'll tell you a funny story, deciding game against Glace Bay, Sydney, we put up in the 5th game, we put up a snow fence. And so it was a Friday night, so Eddie decides I'm pitching. I was undefeated in that league as a pitcher, and Eddie decides I'm pitching the big game. So I go out in the mound, ready to go, and bump. Before you knew it, the score was 5-0. Dave McLean, Billy McNeil, bump, home runs like crazy. I said, we're done. And then the heavens opened. The heavens opened, and it rained, and so the game's called off. So come Sunday, we're ready to play. Playing in Waterford now. It's a beautiful day. The place is packed. People are coming in. That's the biggest crowd of the season. I go in, start loosening up. You know how you loosen up? Everybody's tossing back and forth. Eddie says, "How's your arm?" "Oh," I said, "She's great, buddy." I thought he was going to put me in left field. He says, "Well, you're pitching." I'm saying, "Oh my God, he's putting me back out there to pitch after me getting shelled." They like. So anyhow, the story is I pitched a one-hitter. We beat them 7-0 or something. We went on to play Glace Bay, who the next year won the Maritime title. That's Edison Clemens and Huey Snow and Kenny Jameson. Kenny, who was the guy that used to be principal at Whitney Pier Memorial?
Yeah.
Kenny. Oh my God, I can't. Henry Butler might have been young on that team. So you know, all those guys from the Bay, Clary Warner, they were great ball players.
Yeah.
So they won the Maritime the next year. They beat us out in the finals. It was a best of 7. 2 games. They won 2 games, but the other 2 were called according to darkness. 2-2. I pitched in the games that were undecided and be called because of darkness, and because they had to go on with the next series, we had to forfeit the series to them because they had more points than us. I'm trying to get that guy's name.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I can see him.
Yeah,
I was talking about him on the golf course the other day.
Yeah. A big left-hander. Kenny Graham, a big left-hander could really play. Glace Bay were really good then. With a break or 2, we could have won that series. We had like Sandy Burns and Eddie. We had good coaching. We had a good ball team. It wasn't in the cards, but it was a good level of ball. And I think junior ball got revived then.
Yeah.
It got revived then.
Yeah, nice. Okay, well, we'll pick it up again after that Cape Breton Junior League. What came next for you? What did you do?
I kept playing ball in Sydney, and I think that might have been around the time I was the secretary treasurer of the Nova Scotia Baseball Association. But there was the junior league would have continued.
Yes.
So guys like Billy and those guys, and Charlie McClellan was coming up, and Greggy Holly. No, they were still Bantam. But they kept playing. There was always a Waterford team. Guys like Wes Burke stepped in to be managers and carry the team. And it's the same old thing. So somebody always stepped up for the kids to be able to play ball. You know, in the Waterford, we never had a lot. But we always had a lot of good people that would step up. And the merchants were so good in the Waterford.
The sponsorship was always there.
I can remember going around to the merchants. It was unbelievable. We never got refused. It was unbelievable. So I was walking down the main street outside of Cribb's bookstore one day, and Leo Kennedy approached me. That would be Edward Kennedy and Kevin Kennedy's father. He said, "How about coaching the baseball team for me?" I said, "Well, buddy, I'm playing ball in Sydney." "I don't know." He said, "Come on." So he coached me into coaching this team. And it was a Kinsmen House League. They called it Babe Ruth, I think. And so it was 14 and 13-year-old players. And they were playing in this league. And Blaise Poirier was in charge of the league. Blaise Poirier was running for the Kinsmen, and he was the umpire, the guy that brought the balls, the guy that put the bases out. And so they had already picked the team. Mm-hmm. They had eight teams. Can you imagine? 8 teams in the league. And they picked what they considered the 2 best players for every team, and they asked me to coach the team. So I decided I was going to coach the team. So Blaise was my assistant. So Blaise learned a lot of baseball that year, because Blaise really came from a soccer background, right? Yeah. He's a pretty good basketball player, pretty good soccer player. I don't know if Blaise played much baseball, but he was the man that was running the league. So anyhow, we practiced hard for 2 weeks, and every one of these kids that were on this team could play. They could all run, they could all throw, they could all field, they could all hit, and we had a multitude of pitchers. These guys could play ball, not unlike the guys before them. They like there was no hiding any of these guys. These guys could really play. What I found different about it was I tried to get Archie Hutchison on the team. Archie Hutchison was on the team maybe with Greg Hawley and Charlie McClellan. And so he was the third man on that team. Yeah. And so we appealed to Baseball Nova Scotia, but they wouldn't let us sign another player. Archie was probably good enough to start on that team. So he never got a chance to play. So that team had a rocky start. Like, I'm teaching these kids to basically play ball. So now they all have the skills, but they don't know much about squeezes. Mm-hmm. They don't know much about sacrifice bunts. They don't know how to hold guys on. They don't know how to step off the rubber. So it's a big learning curve, okay? And I got 2 weeks with them, so we practice all the time. They're good to show up. They're keen. So we play in the Cape Breton tournament, and we lose to City Mines something like 13-3 in the final. And I was vociferous, and I was young in my career. If I'd been older, I probably would be in jail. But I'm coaching third base in this game, and poor Greg Hawley is crying on the mound. He's splitting the plate, We're not talking about corners, and we're getting robbed in our home ballpark, and I'm just beside myself. So after the game, Spoiky McKinnon comes over, and he says, "What do you think of that?" I said, "Well, this is bizarre. I never signed like it in all my life." He said, "Well, the guy that's umpiring for City Mines is the father of the shortstop."
Oh my God!
And I said, "What?" I said, in our ballpark. See, I had nothing to do with arranging the series. The Kinsmen arranged, Fabe Sudworth and those guys arranged it. So I can remember being at Walkall parking lot the next morning, talking to my buddy Freddie Compton, who was the president of baseball in Nova Scotia, and Spucky came with me. We told Freddie what happened. He threw that game out. We got a neutral umpire to come by and play, and we beat them like 12-2 or something like that. So we were way better than them. But that guy was whatever he was stealing that series.
Cheating,
So that's not a very good start for a young bunch of ball players. We barely get out.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go to Halifax. We're playing Kentville, coached by Eddie Gillis, Stellarton, coached by Leo Fay,
Oh my God.
and we're coached in Halifax, coached by who knows, but a powerhouse. So we're up there, we're playing. I was not doing anything with the managing. It was the best coaching gig I ever had. All I had to do was show up, because generally, if you're a coach in those days, you're doing everything.
You're doing it, yeah.
So I show up and we go, and we're supposed to be building it. Back then, everybody was building it. Kids don't understand that term now.
Yeah.
Nobody stayed in hotels. We stayed at houses of players. So we got there at 8 o'clock at night, and there's nobody to meet us, no billets or anything. So that never knocked the tick off me. I wasn't too concerned about it. But Fabe and them figured it out, and so they put us in a hotel, and we stayed in I think the Gainsborough Hotel. You'll understand that. And the hotel, what was the one next to it? We used to stay there when we get cheap rooms.
Yeah.
Remember? It was right down next to it. Anyhow, you and I stayed there on many occasions after that. It was, if you didn't have a lot of money, that's where you stayed in Halifax. So we stayed there, and the series went on. But a couple of quick stories. I enjoyed it because I was with Shirley Nemus and Jimmy Nemus and Fabe Sudworth and their wives, and there was some rainouts, and we were having a few pops, and it was really enjoyable. I don't know who was looking after the players because I didn't have to worry about it. It was crazy. So anyhow, we do well. We win our first couple of games, and we beat Eddie, and we beat Leo. So can you imagine there. That was one of the best days of our team beat Eddie Gillis' team and beat Leo's team. Both two former players and influences on my father. Mm-hmm. And there's a better story than that, though. We'll get to it. So anyhow, now it's a double knockout tournament. You realize double knockout tournament, somebody's got to beat you twice. Mm-hmm. So it turns out that Kentville has to beat us twice on Sunday. And it's raining Sunday morning. So you know that if you don't have, we had our pitching lined up. Kentville would have had to fight their way back. They probably had played 4 games to our 2. Mm-hmm. So their pitching is weak. So they got to beat us twice now on Sunday. So it's raining. And I'll never forget it. We pull up to the park, and the guy that was running the tournament is Josh Arnold. He was a lawyer, a young lawyer, and he later became a judge or something. So anyhow, because I read his name over the years in the paper. So he'd be like 30, and I guess in 1971, I'm 21. And so Leo Fay comes over, puts his arm around me and says, come on for a walk, Pounder. And so we go for a walk, and we're walking out in the outfield. He says, Butch, he called him, that was Eddie. He says, if we get rained out here, and it looks like we are, Eddie will take you guys to Kentville, and he'll pay all your expenses. Of course, what they're trying to do, the two old foxes are trying to con the young guy into giving up and going to Kentville for the good trip and everything, and they'd have all our pitching rested. And it would have been a tougher thing, right? Yeah. So I was no novice, even though I was young. I was no novice to baseball.
Buying that.
Yeah. So anyhow, I went right up to the umpire, to Arnold, and I said, Mr. Arnold, these old guys up here are trying to put the boots to us. I said, we have the pitching. It's imperative that we play at all possible today because we won the right to have the pitching. We won 2 games. Kentville lost. They had to fight their way back. He said, don't you worry, buddy. We're going to play at all possible. Sure enough, we played. We beat Kentville 6-4. I was proud of that because we'd beaten Eddie. But the reality is our kids were better. Yeah. Our kids were better ball players. I had 2 weeks with them. They got better every game and better every day, but we were still aspiring to even get better, right? If I had 3 months with them, they would have been even better, right? But anyhow, I'll tell you a funny story. you know about squeezes and double squeezes and everything, and this team was the master of the double squeeze. So for anybody that doesn't know what that is, you got a man on second and third, and you know what a suicide squeeze is. A suicide squeeze is when the guy pitches the ball, the guy runs in from third, as the pitch is on the way, the guy drops down the bunt, and the guy scores, the guy gets thrown out of first.
Yeah.
We used to do the double squeeze, which was taught to me by my father. And we would have a guy at second, and when he'd get a good lead off at second, because they wouldn't pay much attention to him at second, the guy was on third. The guy on third would go early, the guy would drop down to bunt it, but the guy in second is already coming as hard as he can. You would bunt it hard at the third baseman, make him feel it. He'd just toss it over to first thinking they're scoring one run, and the other guy would come around and score. Yeah. So I think Charlie McClellan told me we pulled off 6 of them in the Eastern Canadian 2 weeks later, right?
Yeah.
But we couldn't do it with Eddie.
Yeah.
We couldn't do it with Eddie. But one time Eddie had a man on second and third, and the score was tied 2-2. And I walk out to the mound and I talked to Wayne Ditton. And I said, here's what's going to happen. Here was Eddie's little wrinkle to that play. Eddie would have the guy on second and third. He'd have the guy on third fake like he's going to, the squeeze is on. And the idea was to get the pitcher to throw a pitch out.
Yeah, yeah.
And I walked out and told Wayne, this is what's going to happen. He's going to do that on the first. You throw the pitch out. So the second time he's going to do it, he's going to think they're looking for a walk. Okay, he wants you to think that they're looking for a walk. You're going to throw it over the plate. They're going to bunt it. They got a double squeeze.
Yeah.
So only we're not falling for it. We're pitching out on the second one too. So sure enough, and I'm going to tell you his name because he's a great athlete and he was a tremendous soccer player, one of the best soccer coaches in the country. And you know who I'm going to mention. He's catching for me. Ness Timmons is catching for me. So we got her on. So Eddie falls right into the trap. Second pitch, the guy, we pitch out. We got him caught between second and third. We run him back to third. Ness throws it into left field, and both guys score. So there we go. We had Eddie, but we came back and we won 6-4. But that's a good story. Went to New Brunswick. Won the 3 games in a row, and then had to play Montreal in the final. Ran out of pitching. We played the host team, Moncton. They had 2 sets of uniforms. They wanted to see what color we were wearing when we first pulled in. We went up in cars. People were building it. We were in a hotel. I was with Leo Kennedy was still with them. Percy. He used to run the post office. Percy McGilvery was with them, and Blaze, and all the Kinsmen. They had an entourage.
Yeah.
Gordie Roach, Billy's brother, they were all there. So these guys, we had these black, ugly uniforms, the ugliest uniforms that you ever want to see. We'll be showing a picture of this team. They were just the grossest looking uniforms you've ever seen. So they bring this guy in from Fredericton. His name is Brent Hallett. He later played on the Canadian junior team and the Canadian national team eventually. He could have been a pro ball player. So they bring him in, they put him at shortstop, and we're up there. We're battling. We're battling. Bruce McKenzie comes to bat. It's tied. They bring in Hallett from shortstop. Now, I'm playing senior ball at the time, and this kid that's pitching now is firing aspirins. He's firing, and we're playing under the lights. The first time these kids have ever played under the lights in Moncton, and the lighting is not great. And I'm saying, we are done. This thing is over. But sure enough, we got a couple of runners on, and Bruce McKenzie hits a bases loaded triple. Swings late, the bases loaded triple over to the left third baseman's head into the left field because they're playing him to pull. Well, nobody was pulling that ball. This guy's firing
too fast. Yeah.
So we ended up stealing that one, and then we won the next 2 games. And so before the final game, we had no pitchers. So I had them all warming up. I had like 4 or 5 guys warming up to 4 or 5 different makeshift catchers, right? And so I'm walking down, and none of them. Wayne Ditton was one I can remember. Greg Hawley. I can't remember. Bruce McKenzie warming up. George Campbell was warming up. I would have had them all. Well, anybody who could pitch was warming up, and they were terrible. They were looking. We were done. Mm-hmm. So I remember what my father saying. So you ever get in any trouble, go with the guy with experience. So I went with Greg Hawley. 6-0.
Oh,
pitched a gem, eh? Yeah. So we won that thing and came back to a big crowd in the Waterford. It was tremendous.
Great.
Those kids could play ball.
Yeah, Greg Hogg is a great athlete. Okay, Lowell, now we're moving into 1972-73 after talking about the previous teams. Let's pick it up.
Well, in '72, that was it for me. I concentrated on playing ball, and so I just wasn't doing any coaching. I remember we had a meeting at the Kin Center, and they were trying to get somebody to take over the team because these kids still wanted to play ball. They were moving into the midget area. So I think Westbrook jumped in there like he did a lot of times and fronted some money for the team and arranged a sponsorship and an executive. And I don't have much on this team because they don't have a pitcher, and although we may eventually get a pitcher. And so Donnie Onions, McIsaac, who you would have played with, was one of the best hitters that I saw in his day, took the team. Mo Timmons was on the team, and Robbie Campbell were on the team, and some of these same guys were on the team. Johnny Miles was playing then. He was old enough to play. He was a little older than some of these guys, and they went on and they won the Maritime title, and they won a Nova Scotia title, and went into Liverpool and beat Liverpool for the Nova Scotia, and then they went into Charlottetown and won Charlottetown. They won the Maritime title, and then a lot of those guys came in '63 or '73, in '73 rather to. They got a little more organized, and Wesley stayed with them, and then Carl and Richie started to coach them, and so Carl and Richie, same old thing. They practiced almost every day down the ballpark, but they never played many games. And then they played in the Cape Breton Championship, and then they beat out Sydney in an 18-inning game. Greg Hawley pitched 18 innings. So there's a feat to match Dale Carney's 18 innings, and they won. And then they picked up Pettipaw from Sydney and Joe Morris from Sydney, and they went away and they won the provincials because you could pick up players. They beat Halifax in straight games and won the provincials, and then they went to PEI, and they went to PEI to play, and they ran into the same squad from Moncton that we faced in '71, only this time these guys were ready for them. Charlie tells me it was something else. They flew Howlett in for the second game, and he had 4 doubles against them, and he didn't even have to pitch because they were doing so well. So I think our guys got outmatched there.
Yeah.
Moncton were ready. We probably ran out of pitching. I think Ham might have been, or Greg, Ham as he was affectionately called, was probably ran out of gas after that 18 innings.
18
and so I think the team did well in the tournament, but they couldn't beat the New Brunswick squad. But there's a funny story out of that because when Gary and I played in the Nationals and juniors in '68, I think, in Moncton, we all stayed in the gym. Everybody in cots in the gym. It was a nightmare, total nightmare. It was a zoo, all the teams, right? So Charlie McClellan, who gave me a lot of information here on this stuff, who's got a great memory, told me he remembers best about that, other than Moncton, putting the gears to them. It was that they were staying in this place, and it was a zoo, and somebody from one of the teams threw something at them in the middle of the night, and Jack Hutchison, who was sort of a chaperone, a little bit older than those guys, went over and knocked the daylights out of him. So that was the end of that. So, and if you know Jack, he was pretty big, solid guy. Yeah. So that's a good story.
Yeah.
It's the stories that you cherish, right?
Yeah.
Those guys will probably talk about that forever.
Yeah. All right, Lowell, following up, that brings us now to 1974, and we'll continue the story.
So these guys gravitated towards junior now. So in 1974, they're all playing junior. They're a pretty young junior squad, right? So Gary and I are out in North Battleford, Saskatchewan. We lost in the championship game there for a senior. We almost won the Canadian Championships. And Gary got hurt in the game before the last game, upended at the plate and broke his leg. It was a nightmare. And he had hit a home run that game and didn't play the next one. We may have, if Gary had been playing, we might have won it. We had to change our infield around. One of our guys dropped a routine fly. I won't mention his name. Famous baseball Nova Scotia personality, but I'll save him the trouble for mentioning his name. But when I came home, I had I played center field for that team, but in the championship game I played left because I'd pulled my hamstring. My leg was black and blue from the knee up, and I could only play 4 or 5 innings. I had to come out, and so I ended up at the airport in Sydney, and Compton, who had become a friend of mine, he says, "You got to do me a favor." I said, "What's that, Freddie?" He said, "I have taken my junior baseball team to Liverpool this weekend." I said, "Are you serious?" "Oh my God, man, I can't do that." So he coaxed me to do it. I loved the man. I think he did a lot for me. He did a lot for baseball. I couldn't say no to him. Had a brand new car at the time. I said I was going to try the new car out. You remember the Dodge Swinger, 1974 Dodge Swinger. So anyhow, picked Dave McLean up in Halifax, go down there, drive down there, brand new car. 2 minutes before the motel, blow the motor out of my car, pull in the hotel. All the New Waterford guys are coming out of the hotel, through the rod, through the block. Brand new car, can you imagine? Jimmy, Sullivan, all these guys run outside. Now, here I am coaching Sydney against these guys who I basically almost say brought up through baseball, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm coaching Sydney. I felt cheapies about that, but I think they knew it was just the circumstances. I only knew 3 players on the team: Bobby Gillis, mm-hmm. Robbie McDougall, Dave McLean. 4 players. Timmy Byrne. They were all on the team that almost won with us in North Battleford. So they were playing both junior and senior. So I sat them down. They told me who could bunt, what this guy's name was, and so I got a little synopsis of the team. But lo and behold, we barely beat out New Waterford. New Waterford went up 2-0 we lost a game. New Waterford went up 2-0 in the series. Now we had to come back and beat them, and so we had Bobby Gillis though. Bobby Gillis won another great feat, but not by a Waterford guy. Bobby Gillis won 5 games that weekend.
Wow.
Yeah. He had a rubber arm. He told me, pitch me. I'm not being scouted anymore. I'm not going anywhere. Pitch me. He wanted the ball every time. So a couple of them were in relief, right? He got the wins. But we just barely beat New Waterford out 5-4, and Bobby pitched that game. And I think that was 12 innings. And then we beat them 2-1 in the final, and Bobby edged out Sandy Burns Jr. He pitched a masterful game too. So we had Billy and Charlie and all those guys. We'll probably put a graphic up on the guys that were on that team. Then again, who's coaching them? Fox Chesson. Yeah. So an aggregation of players who could still play. Yeah. And really, for the sake of a break here or there, or Bobby Gillis, they would have been going to the Nationals. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to pick it up again with the development of the Waterford baseball system around the mid-'70s.
Well, yeah. I was out of baseball for a while. I played ball. I think the last year I played was in the Nova Scotia Senior League up till that was 1977. That's the first year of the league. And then I think, I got married in '77. I built a house up in Muse Avenue, and Harold McDonald was in the neighborhood, and Harold's young fellow Michael was just starting to play ball. And Harold approached me one day. He said, "Do you ever think you'll get back in baseball?" I said, "Oh, Harold, I was thinking about it. I said, it might be nice to try and do something here." So lo and behold, long story short, we formed a minor baseball association. You were part of it, and we had great guys. Harold was Big Harold, as we affectionately call him, was the president. Nicky McDonald, remember him, Nicky? Yeah. Freddie McClellan, Danny McClellan, Dan Willie. I'm probably going to forget somebody. Dan Willie McKinnon, Louis Graham, Ambrose, yourself, Joey Turnbull. And so we started, and I almost became a full-time coach. We hired Billy Burns to coach with me, and we started Mosquito, slow pitch, and then fast pitch, and we had the machines, remember?
Yeah.
And we played machine ball, and then we got this had only happened in New Waterford. Francis McKinnon, the week before he died, cut us a check for $6,000, and we put a pitching machine down the Hawks field with a batting cage. That was for NIP, neighborhood improvement. Yeah. Imagine, that's for curb and gutter and sidewalks and pavement. And in New Waterford, we're buying pitching machines. That's the way New Waterford was. Yeah. So we got that going. We took over the baseball clubhouse and on the field, and we built cupboards, and we had spring training at the university, and Jackie Reed built a batting cage for indoors, and we were doing a lot of stuff. And we started putting rep teams in. We started them at the highest level. There was only A and B then, but we stayed with A, and we hosted the Mosquito Championship down at Gary's new field, which was the Tucker Field. And then we were in heavy there. I think we finished second in that tournament, but we were playing we were playing A ball. We were
Yeah.
playing Sydney, Halifax, Dartmouth. In that picture, I got a picture of Dougie McKinnon here, and it looks like I'll just take a quick snip. Colin Campbell and Mark Timmins. We lost that Mosquito series to I think Dartmouth won it, but Dougie pitched a no-hitter in that thing. That's a little trivia. And then you, I think, were coaching. There was a conflict on that same weekend. I think you coached Walsack and those guys that were we called them Beaver at the time in Sydney. They're in a tournament, and they did very well in the tournament against Greg Callahan and those guys. So after that, our marquee entry became the 1983 Bantam Team, and that was Walsack and Dougie and a whole pile of other players, the Allen boys, Didabon Burns, John Robert Reed. We'll put those names up on a slide here later. But we won the Cape Breton title barely by beating Port Hawkesbury. I remember we put a snow fence up in the ballpark. That was try to induce the home run ball. We had big job Robert Reed who could hit the out home run, right?
Yeah.
So we put the snow fence up. Little did I know it would ever work out. So we're getting beat by Port Hawkesbury 3-0 in the championship game. And there's an incidental play in left field, and little Didabum runs through the snow fence, catches the ball, and saves a home run. Well, we commended him on the play. We clapped. We didn't think anything of it. But lo and behold, we load the bases in the last inning, and John Robert Reed hits a home run, a grand slammer, over the fence. And that gave us, I think we had to play another game against them, but they were done after that.
Yeah.
So how incidental Francis's play, or Didabum's play was, and how important the snow fence was, and John Reed finally cracked her. So we went down in Bantam, and we played in Bantam, and we won in Bantam down there. I'll tell you a funny story. You know how vociferous I was coaching. Where a guy made a bad call on a foul ball, and our first base coach, I won't tell you who he was, he came in, and he was totally unbeknownst to him. He was going, he's kind of losing it. So I came in, I get in the middle of the fray, and so I talked the umpire. Imagine me talking the umpire to putting that guy back in the game. I'm going to mention his name. It was the distinguished Dan William McKinnon, who would never get involved in a brouhaha, but he was so animated over that call. It was blatant call on the foul ball, and he was on first, right? So anyhow, that's my big joke with Dan Willie. I talked him back into a game. That same team went to... we got some pictures of him getting the team here getting ready for the Cape Breton finals. It was a big to do in town. Baseball was big. Gary was doing a job for recreation. And the team went to the Maritime title in New Brunswick and lost in a series where Wayne Muir pitched a whale of a game, and we just lost. But it was a good time in baseball. Yeah. That Waterford Baseball Association stayed around from 1980 to almost 1990, even later. So it was it did a lot of good work in town.
I remember going to some neat meetings in Halifax with you and Harold.
Yeah.
All right, Lowell, we'll continue our discussion here. Now we're into the 1980s, and we're going to bring us a little bit of the history of baseball beginning in the 80s.
Well, there just wasn't a lot going on. Things sort of caught fire. Gary, as you know, was recreation director, and he was involved provincially with the Canada Games, I think. I don't know if he was on the mission staff then or not, but he was in the loop. Mm-hmm. So the coach for the Canada Games baseball team, the junior team under 21, asked him if he could find an exhibition game in New Waterford with a group. Well, Gary indicated that there was no group playing then, but he could put one together. So he approached me and Bozo, and we put a team together, and lo and behold, the Canada Games came down here on a Sunday afternoon, beautiful day, and the team we put together beat the Canada Games team 1-0. So we had guys like Fonzie Brenna, Bobby Burke, Pius Burke, Charlie McClellan, guys like that, and we pulled out Paul Dupe, who hadn't pitched for a long while, who would be still pretty young then, maybe only 20, 21, 22. And he pitched a gem for us without having pitched for maybe a year and a half.
Yeah.
Beat them 1-0. I remember Bill Murphy was playing on the team. He's a friend of Gary and mine. He was a recreation director, and he came out and played. And so here we are, having a few pops after celebrating that win and saying, "Oh my God!" So then you can imagine the talk was, "Well, we should be playing ball." And look, there's still a lot of talent here. And so lo and behold, we decided we were going to put a team in something the next year. Probably we were going to go intermediate. So we had tryouts in the fall of '81, and we had about 35, 40 guys trying out to play on this team. And I had made an arrangement with Bozo that I would coach with him, but any team that he was doing at that point, and I would coach third base, but I wasn't picking any teams, and I wasn't making any lineups up because I knew all these guys. I just didn't want to get into the politics of that or have that laying over my shoulder. So anyhow, we picked the team in the fall of '81, and we started raising a lot of money. And that was Bozo's penchant. He was the best. There'll never be another Bozo. Never, never, never. He was a one-man organization. And whether it was baseball or cold ball or whatever, like when we replaced Bozo in cold ball, we had to replace him with 5 people. That's true. That's an accurate story. So anyhow, Bozo had the boys raising money and building up the funds, and we had this lame brain idea to try and host the Atlantic Senior Baseball Championships. And we weren't even a senior baseball team. We weren't in the league. But again, because of the baseball politics and my friendship with Freddie Compton, we got awarded, much to the chagrin of the Nova Scotia Senior League, we got an award at the Atlantic Championships in New Waterford. So that was in '82, it was to select the teams to go to the Nationals. I think the Nationals were being held in Newfoundland. And there was teams from PEI, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, and there was a Newfoundland team here. Yep. And so it was a great weekend of baseball in New Waterford. We picked up, the Senior League were so peeved. Number one, we couldn't pick up any players from that league. We were allowed to pick up players, but Sydney, who was representing the league, had first choice. Okay. And they were allowed to pick up as many as they wanted. Once they declared how many they were picking up, we were allowed to pick up other people, but anybody we would call were refusing us. So the league boycott was on. Mm-hmm. So we got creative, and we picked up guys from the Richmond Amateur Baseball League, guys like Barry Marchand, Chet Boudreau, Robbie Mann, and Freddie Gagnon. And so we picked those guys up, and we hosted the tournament, and lo and behold, we pretty well were an out or two away from going to the Nationals. I remember Barry Marchand and Chet Boudreau, they had outstanding tournaments. Barry Marchand was a switch hitter. He's one of the best baseball players ever in the province. I got to know Barry because I played against him in junior, and he went to St. FX, and he'd come over to Mockler Hall, and everybody would be having a few pops and shooting the breeze, and then he'd be talking about his exploits. But I always had the upmanship on him, because when he was playing for Sydney around the time we talked about before, the juniors in 1970, we had batted him out of the box, and he threw his glove off the dugout and went home to Lewisdale. So I used to rub that into him. But anyhow, he's playing for us now, and it's obviously he's 10 years later, and he's a switch hitter, and he decides he's going to bat right-handed in New Waterford against right-handed pitching. I think he liked that short 310. He had 4 or 5 home runs in that tournament. He was just on fire. And Chet Boudreau rode him for a while, and Gary and Charlie and all the boys, they were playing good ball. So we get in the final against, it's not the final, it was Chatham were the class of the tournament, and they were sitting pretty, and somebody had to beat them twice to get in. But the top 2 were going. Okay. So we played Sydney on a Sunday morning, and we lost the game 9-8, I think. And we lost Gary in the middle of the game. Again, Gary, hard ground ball, skin diamond. It was fast and took a bad hop and hit him in the wrist, and we lost him. And previous to that, earlier in the game, he had hit a home run off of Bobby Moore, who Sydney had picked up from Halifax. The game ended not too well for us. We lost, but we tried this. We brought everybody together for one practice. So we brought all the guys down from the St. Peter's, Richmond area, and they came down and we practiced, and I went over all the stuff, the inside things that we were going to try and do, and what we would do in this situation, what we would do in that situation. These were all experienced ball players, but I wanted them to know exactly what we were going to try and do and what we expected of them. So we got into a situation that I went over in practice. And it was a situation designed to steal a run when we were really down, and it was a situation to exploit Richie Mann, who would be playing first base, past his prime as far as a pitcher, and had a sore wing. And a lot of guys with sore arms would end up on first base. He was still a great hitter. So it's like the Little League play where you run from first with a guy on third, and you stop in the middle, and you get a thing going. But our play was totally designed different. It was designed for the guy on first base to get an extended lead and try to draw a throw, try to get picked off. Mm-hmm. So don't look like we have anything on. Just inch up, inch up, inch up. And I taught how it should be done. And as soon as the throw is over there, as soon as the guy makes the throw to try and pick him off, he's going to not go back to the bag. He just freeze, and the guy from third is bolting. Yeah. And it ended up we had Charlie McClellan on third. We couldn't get a better guy to have than Charlie McClellan on third base. Yeah. He could run, he was alert, and he was a bulldog. There was going to be a collision at the plate. So I called time. I don't know who was on first. I put a pinch runner in. I said, okay, we're going to need some speed over there. We weren't setting up for that play. We were setting up for a play on the infield. If we had an infield signal or something where a guy could use his speed to get to second base before a force or stuff like that. So I went into the bench and I looked over the bench and I picked Freddie Gagnon from Richmond. And Freddie went on and took his spot. I thought he could run. I figured he could run. Anyhow, he got out there. And lo and behold, Kevin Kennedy's at the bat and having some difficulty. They had Bob Oakley in, who played for Kentville, fireballer. And so we get 2 strikes on Kevin. I said, we're done here. He's not going to be able to hit this guy. At least I didn't think so. So I said, we got to scramble. So we put the play on. I forget what the sign was, but it was the most bizarre 5 minutes of my life. Because, well, it seemed like 5 minutes, but it probably was only a minute. I put the sign on. Bozo's coaching first. I could tell right off the bat Freddie Gagnon had no idea what we were doing. Yeah. Little did I know, it dawned on me he wasn't at practice.
Oh, my.
He didn't make practice. He didn't know what we were doing. So I walk out of the box. Kevin walks down. Bozo, I thought Bozo maybe should have probably called time and called him aside and said, this is what we're trying to do, but I couldn't get the communication over to Bozo. It was a nightmare. So anyhow, what happened is Kevin struck out on a low pitch that I didn't think was a strike, but anyhow, it was over. We had lost to Sydney. We almost beat them. It was a tremendous tournament for this crew, right? Little did I know, Charlie McClellan called me 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and he said, you wouldn't believe what I just watched on TV. I said, well, tell me. He says, I watched the play you designed, run by the Dodgers. He said, they ran that play, and the Dodgers just scored a run in a big game. I said, oh, my God, that's interesting. Yeah. So anyhow, that was, so baseball, the place was packed down there. Baseball was back, okay? Yeah. And so Bozo came up with an idea to get into the Richmond League, and we got into the Richmond because we built an affiliation with those guys. They were playing with us, and so they were kind to us. And so the team went in the Richmond League in 1983 and won the Cape Breton Championship and won that league and went off to play in Halifax, but they lost to Joggins. I played that year, but I was down in Yarmouth with Wallasack and Dougie in the Bantam. So they lost 13-3 in the final to Joggins. And so in 1984, we got in the league again, and this time we hosted the Nova Scotia tournament and won that. I wasn't playing that year. I wasn't coaching or anything. And then during that tournament, the team, the Dodgers under Bozo, got behind and lost the first game, I think. And so you know how double knockout works. We talked about that earlier with Eddie Gillis and Leo Fay. Once your pitching gets beat, you got to come back so hard. But these guys came back and back and back, and sure enough, they won. They came back and beat Richmond, and then they beat Joggins to win that tournament, and then they went off to the Atlantics in Baldoon, and they won that tournament, double knockout tournament. Eddie Clements, who had been playing a little bit of ball, was a great pitcher. He was our nemesis when we were in junior. Hit a grand slam up in Baldoon, so they won the Atlantic Championship, and so in '85. The team continued, and Richmond were concerned. Their team really didn't want to travel much, and so in '85 the team just Bozo formed a house league in town. So we picked from that team. That team became divided up into 4 teams, and we probably used some junior ball players and maybe even midget players. But they had a successful league. It's just to keep baseball alive and everybody's arm sound, and so it came up with the idea to get in the Nova Scotia New Brunswick Senior League, and that was a huge venture. And once again, Bozo's organization, it's hard to comprehend that we were able to pull that off, but it was all through Bozo's leadership, right?
Yeah.
And so we got into that league, and it was a tough league to be in. I think we had the caliber of ball player. We picked up guys like Eddie Orrell and Chester Borden for a while, and other guys who could play. And we had Wallasack was coming into his prime there as a youngster, and we had Pius and Charlie and guys and Bobby and guys that had played a lot before all through. But that was a real tough league, and so we were undermanned in that league, particularly from the mound. I think we could have competed really well in that if we had 2 or 3 more pitchers. We were recycling pitchers. We were riding Pius too much. We were recycling pitchers. Guys that pitched in midget were coming out to try and pitch again from Glyce Bay and Sydney Mines and everything. It was just didn't work. We never had the pitching. But so the league was so strong. I mean, Bill Lee played in New Waterford. He pitched in New Waterford. Rael Cormier, who pitched with the St. Louis Cardinals and I think maybe the Red Sox, he pitched in that league. Matt Stairs, one of the best hitters in baseball. He's had a stellar career in baseball, and they name him the professional hitter. That was his nickname, and he was playing shortstop for Fredericton, and I remember up there Wallasack was playing shortstop for us, I think, and Wallasack, and that's Mark Wallasack, was at a national junior tryout with Stairs. Stairs made the shortstop. Wallasack didn't, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And Gary, as you know, had been sick at the time, and throughout the years he was battling Hodgkin's. And in that tournament, he generally would coach first base. I was coaching third. Bozo was the manager. Bozo was making all the lineups up. I'm doing the strategy, but we didn't tell the team, but we put Gary in uniform. Gary decided to play. He was well enough, and he hit a home run. So it was a tremendous moment for Gary and for the boys. I think we had a rough day in Moncton the next day because the boys were up partying, and Gary was, really, really upbeat. He was thrilled, and the boys were thrilled for him. But Charlie led the league in steals with 14. That's he was really playing well, and all about Matt Stairs.
Yeah.
So that was 2 years in that league, and then pretty well wrapped up the Dodger baseball experience. I think the team folded after that. It was a huge commitment. Guys were married and with kids, but it was a nice way to bring baseball back to New Waterford. And so if you look at the history of baseball in New Waterford, you have peaks and valleys. Well, the peak would have been the 36 Colliery League, the 37 to 39 actually. And then you'd have the 49 to 51, and then you have the 59 to 65 Giants, and then you would have this. Therein lies the best baseball that's ever been played in New Waterford. So that pretty well wraps up that era.
Yes.
Woods and Waters with your host, Bud Levitt.
I suppose I could start this program this evening by reading from the Baseball Encyclopedia. I'm not going to do that. No, Fenway by Peter Gollenbach. Why? William Francis Lee. He's all through both of these books, but he's here live and in person. Bill Lee, good to see you.
Thank you, Bud. Nice state you got here.
Pretty good state.
Yeah, it's pretty.
How about the provinces?
The provinces are nice. I got to play there for 5 years in Moncton and ended up in Sydney Mines almost. And
Sydney Mines?
Yeah, I ended up playing up there.
Anybody ever hear of Bill Lee at Sydney Mines?
They know about me now.
Really?
Hit a long home run into a project over there in Waterford, I think it was. And then I had a good time there. I enjoyed my days in the Maritimes.
Well, that was certainly great baseball all in the 80s and the revival. Lots of people watching again. You said it subsided a bit there in the late 80s, so take us from there. Where'd it go from there?
Well, I remember now, even though there's no senior ball after we got out of the senior league,
Yes.
there's still lots of minor ball.
Yeah.
So the minor baseball system is thriving. There's lots of kids playing ball. And we have various teams competing for various titles in midget, bantam, mosquito, and beaver, we call it then. The names have all changed. But I got approached by Gregor McPherson and a few people, Cotter Oliver from Reserve, who was district commissioner of Little League Canada, for lack of a better term. And they wanted to put a big league team together, and they wanted to base it out of New Waterford, and they wanted to make it a regional team. So Gary and I and Nicky McDonald and guys like that put an organization together. Bozo, you couldn't do anything without Bozo, and Cotter Oliver came on board, and we formed a team for 91 and 92, and I made a presentation. This is kind of hard to believe. Gary and I and Bozo went in and met with the Cape Breton Metros. That was Bill Sidney, Hayes McNeil, Judge Bob Ferguson, and they ran the Cape Breton Metro hockey tournament, which was one of the best high school hockey tournaments ever in the country, and they rode about 15 years of unbelievable tournaments, and we had heard that they had money, and which they did, and so they were not into the hockey tournaments anymore, and so we went in and made a proposal to ask them to back this tournament in New Waterford, and lo and behold, they backed this this national big league tournament. I think it was 18 and under was the age group, and so we put a team together, and we called it the Metro Dodgers. Here's a pretty good picture of the team.
Yep.
Gregor McPherson was the coach, and in 1992, we hosted the national tournament, and Gary decided he wanted to put a grass infield on the ballpark, and so in the fall of 1990 or 91, we decided to do it ourselves. So this is the way things went in Waterford.
Mm-hmm.
We got a Ray Timmons, who was working for the municipality as basically a horticulturist. He knew the stuff. So we decided we'd rent a sod cutter, and the perimeter of the field had beautiful grass down on 13th Street area there, and so we went out and cut the sod from outside, groomed the infield, cut the sod from outside of the ballpark, laid it on the infield, and made a grass infield.
Beautiful.
And we laid that in late August, and I've never ever seen so much rain in all my life. We got it down, one of those Septembers where we never had any real good weather, and we got it down just in time. And sure enough, it rained and rained and rained, and probably good for the growing season. But in 1992, when the tournament was starting, we had a pristine infield.
Nice.
People were raving about the ball field. It was called the Field of Dreams. The Cape Breton Post put the picture on the front page, an aerial picture on the front page before the start of this tournament.
Nice.
So everybody was hopped up in the Waterford about this tournament. We had the first year in '91 when we put the team together. There was 3 New Waterford kids on it. There was Simon Gatto, there was Gregor McPherson Jr., and Mark McDonald. Nicky's son Mark was playing, but he was too old to play the next year, and so Gregor McPherson was the coach, and so they didn't do that well. They lost their best pitcher, he got hurt in the practice. Robbie McDonald from Glace Bay, probably the best ball player. He could hit, could run. Probably would have played the outfield or first base, besides not pitching. But he got hurt. He had a shoulder injury, so they were down a pitcher, and so they won a couple of games, I think, but they didn't do what they had hoped they would do. Yeah. So that pretty well wrapped up that season of ball. But it was we brought again, although baseball was thriving at the minor levels, we said we had some kind of a feature to showcase,
a profile,
and then the thing, like the Metros couldn't believe how we operated. They were really impressed. They told us that when it was all over. They gave Bozo and myself and Gary gold watches.
Nice.
I inscribed that we made profit on the tournament. We made our own currency. We printed out big league bucks, because traditionally when you go to one of these tournaments, you would stay in a hotel, and each person was supposed to get $20 for meal money. Yeah. So that whoever's hosting the tournament would allocate, and every team got their $20 a day for meal money for every individual. So I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking, wow, we got to do better than that. So we approached Claire Lorad, who owned Simeon's. We asked Claire if you wanted to be the feature spot. And so Claire gave us 25% discount. So we printed our own big league dollars, and everybody that ate there, everything that was spent, we got 25% of it. So we did well, he did well. We housed, we used the coal bowl model. I probably should have known better based on my experience in Moncton when Gary and I played, and Tommy Ross played in Moncton, and based on what Charlie told you about Jack Hutchison having to get into a fracas over somebody throwing something in a gym in Moncton. So we put him in the Beck gym using coal bowl beds, and put a tarp on the floor, and divided and used the tile gym for a recreation area. Put him in 6 spots in the Beck gym, hired security, and try to do it. Told the coaches at the coaches meeting that you had to have, lights are going to be out here, you had to have your team under control. But it was a nightmare. We had the best of security, we had Maritech, we had volunteers. We just couldn't control it. The coaches from Ontario were out late at night most of the time, and we tried to chastise them. They weren't listening. So we gave them a warning that if you don't get back in time, we're taking your team out of the tournament. Of course, they didn't believe us, but lo and behold, we showed up there at a bus, I think it was on Thursday, told the boys to hop in the bus. We gave the coaches 2 choices. You're going to the airport or to a hotel of your choice, and we're not paying. And so they settled on the Holiday Inn. We dropped them off the Holiday Inn, and they were on their own. Yeah. So they were gone. And the last night of the tournament, I had to have a team from, I think the team from BC was staying at St. Agnes in their beds on the floor, mattresses, and the team from, I think another Ontario team was staying at Mount Carmel on the floor just to get them some
separate,
set them to sleep. But anyhow, tournament was a great success financially. We made lots of money. It was a great partnership with the Metros, and again, we had a feature focus for baseball in the town.
Paul talked about many great teams in the Waterford over the years, and great teams require great people to lead them and coach them and manage them. Carl Marshes, Bozo Steele, yourself, Gary McDonald. Tell us about some of the other individuals in the Waterford who had a lot to do with baseball, both provincially and minor baseball.
Yeah, because way back when you got the Foxes and the Fox Chessons, and Sandy Burns, and those guys are doing a lot of coaching, the Eddie Gillises. But I think the more modern people, when you think about it, like the one guy that would come to mind would be Frankie Bursey.
Yeah.
Frankie Bursey knew the game inside out. He was a character to start with. Had a lot of personality. He had watched a lot of ball. He played a lot of ball. His mother was a Hutchison. The Hutchisons could all play ball. Jack and John Blair, who grew up with me, and Archie. And so Frankie knew baseball inside out and put a lot of time and was able to coach the kids in the fundamentals. And he was a small ball guy. Small ball is you put the ball in play, you make contact. Of course, when kids are learning how to hit, they have to be able to make contact. You're using bunting, you're using stealing, you're hitting behind the runner, you're doing delayed steals, double steals, stuff like that. And Frankie was a pro at that. And so he taught the kids that, and he had a lot of patience and spent a lot of time on it and knew how to steal a run here and there. So Frankie coached, to my knowledge, 3 provincial championship teams. He coached all kinds of teams, but it's hard to win a provincial championship, as you know. He coached under the Waterford minor baseball label. One of our flagship teams would be the 1997 Mosquito under 11 that they hosted at Gary's Bozo field. It's called Bozo's field now, but it was the Park field then. It was one of Gary's new fields after the Tucker. And so then he coached the 2003 Pee Wee team, that's under 13, and then he goes to junior team in 2004, and that was AAA, and that was a pretty good team. And the guys on that team were Robert Boudreau, Chris Head, Adam Walker, Andrew Quigley, Scott Hillier, Kyle Bursey. Picked up Jamie Williams from Cindy. Andrew Roach was a good athlete. Aaron McKinnon, Chris Cody, Artie Doyle. So they won the 2003 championship in Midget in Barrington. And but the flagship thing for us was when they won the 1997 Mosquito championship down at the Bozo Field, which is now called Bozo Field. And I did this. I was into desktop publishing, and I did this little brochure for them to celebrate their win, and I put a picture of every kid on the front. So this would be Mark McDonald's, but every kid that played would have their own picture on the front with the same thing. So we celebrated them at the banquet and everything, and so they beat Bridgewater 3-0 in the final, packed house down at the field, and there was Joe McNeil, Chris Head, Mark McDonald, Timmy Chesson, Trevor DeWappernear, Scott Hillier, Aaron McKinnon, Andrew Roach, Kenneth Grace, and Brett was the bat boy. I probably left a few guys out of that, but we'll put the names up on the board. As I said, they beat Bridgewater 3-0 in the final, and Mark McDonald, that would be Duck's son, Mark. Yeah. Duck would be Ray McDonald of Hockey Vintage, who owns the garage, Ocean Fuels. He pitched the gem. He pitched a 2-hitter, and beat Bridgewater 3-0. It was amazing. People were really, really excited. So that those kids, as you know, I alluded to them winning in 2003. So they kept going and they kept playing, and most of those kids. Now Chris Head is arguably the best ball player that ever played in the Nova Scotia Senior League. Yeah. I've had people who are seasoned. I won't mention their names because everybody hates when you pick the best, because at least he's one of the best. But there's some people that think he's the best. Yeah. And like he had the whole package. He was number one, he's a very good athlete. Could really run, could really jump, quick, great instincts. But as a baseball player, a left-hander, throw hard, cover a lot of ground, make contact, wicket speed, really, really run. So he went to a baseball academy in Vancouver. He played some junior college ball in the States. I cannot figure out why he never got scouted and why he never got signed. It's a mystery to me. But anyhow, he's led the Nova Scotia Senior League 11 seasons in stolen bases. Yeah, amazing. He has the record for stolen bases in that league, which is 43. So 11 consecutive years up to a certain date when he was in his prime, he led that league in stolen bases. He was the MVP of that league 3 or 4 times. Yeah. So he's one of our top ball players of all time, and he came up playing Bursey ball. Yeah. That's what we called it, Bursey ball. And so his grandfather was Bull Marsh, who played in Kentville with my father. So the baseball was in his genes. Yeah. But what an athlete and what a ball player. He's still playing now. I talked to him this past weekend. Him and Bobby Gillis are still slugging her out. Chris is 35 now. Still a great ball player. Yeah. And he's going to hang on for a few more years, he told me, because the senior nationals are in Waterford, or in Sydney next year, but New Waterford's the second field. And it's ironic because whoever represents the other team, it'll probably be Dartmouth, besides the Sooners, they're going to be playing in Waterford. Yeah. Because the Sooners are going to play their home game in Sydney. So it'll be nice. That's going to be beautiful. But anyhow, that's the Frankie Bursey era.
Yeah. Great. Okay, Lowell, Frankie Bursey done wonderful work. Tell us about Bobby AuCoin.
Well, Bobby was a champion for the kids. Yeah. He was a champion for baseball. Probably grew up playing baseball. I don't remember that aspect of his baseball career, but he was certainly an excellent coach, a good mentor to kids, and he was a great organizer. Bobby was a meticulous guy who got things done. He could get things done. If you gave Bobby a job, you knew it was done. I know Edna AuCoin was your secretary. She was my secretary, and it's the same kind of thing. You give them a job, they get her done. So that must be a trait in the family. So Bobby was involved with a lot of teams, but like he had 3 highlight teams. He coached the Mosquito team, 11 and under, to a championship in Bridgewater. I figure it might be his best team. He coached the 76 Bantam Team to a championship in I think it was Sydney Whitney Pair, and they beat Halifax. Anytime you beat Halifax in anything, you're doing pretty good. And he had a couple of horses on that team. We'll put the names of that team up later, but I remember Cyril McNeil was from up around our way. Was a big strong guy, was catching. Paul Dupe was on the hill. That's Paul Dupe we alluded to. That's when he was 15 years old. And they had a guy by the name of Glenn McNeil who could really play shortstop, an athlete. And so they won in the pier. I can remember going in, I was playing softball. Gary and I would be playing softball with the Hawks under Tate's. And we went in to watch the final there. We were coming from a tournament ourselves, and Glenn McNeil hit a home run to win it for them. And Paul Duke pitched to Jim. And then Bobby was part of a midget aggregation, coached a midget aggregation that won the midget, which would be 18 and under, in Amherst in 1996. But Bobby also did a lot of announcing. Mm-hmm. Almost any time you have a tournament in the Waterford, I'd say in the last 20 years, and we've had quite a few, Bobby is in the announcer's booth and he spends the whole tournament doing the announcing. And really adds a professional touch. As you know, Gary built a great facility there. There's a nice broadcast booth there. And so Bobby is one of the all-time greats as far as putting time in with kids, as far as achieving a lot, winning championships, and just generally contributing to keeping the game alive in New Waterford.
Another name, Lowell, Gordie Peckham, did lots of yeoman service, as the word I used before, in minor baseball for New Waterford. Tell us a little about Gordie.
And Gordie coached a lot of baseball and hockey. He's a guy that knows the game inside out. A guy is a lot like Frankie, who played a lot of small ball, knew how to steal a run. He knew how to manage kids. He had the kids' attention. They respected him, and he coached a lot. He was involved a lot, and I think he won 3 provincial championships. I only have 2 that I could research, but he won the Bantam Championship in 1992, and he won it again in 1994. But he'd been at several other provincial championships with various teams. And I have a picture here of the 1994 championship team, and I'll just read off some of the names to that team. Gordie was coaching, Callie Connell, David McSween, Joey Lamy, another good athlete, Jeff Rowland, another good athlete, Michael McLeod, Cordell McCauley, a really good all-around athlete. And Colin Campbell played ball for me when he'd be of Dougie McKinnon and Mark Walsack's vintage. He's doing some volunteer coaching with that team. Russell Clemens, David Peckham, Mark Hartling, Matthew Gersina, John Angus Gatto. John Angus Gatto, that would be Simon Gatto's brother, and John Angus is a real good athlete, and you and I know that so well. Like he did yeoman service for us when we coached the Beck Bears. Like he was a great point guard and made one of the biggest plays in Beck Bear history when we were struggling to get into the playoffs, and we had to win this game. We had to win it by an X amount of points, and John Angus hit a 3-point shot and got fouled and made a 4-point play. So he was one of my all-time favorite athletes. And then you have Darren Tatlack and Jason Hogan. Yeah. Jason Hogan was a good ball player. See, a lot of these guys never had the chance to play senior ball in the Waterford, so they drift off. They go to lob ball or they go to fastball or whatever. Like Jason Hogan, I think he played on a national championship team with one of those big league teams. Yeah. So he's a youngster on this team. So Gordie put a lot of time in with kids. He was a good organizer. They were playing under the New Waterford Minor Baseball umbrella, so you know that they're still doing under our umbrella. We're paying fees for them. We're doing the registration. They're coming to me for equipment. And the funniest story I can tell about this is I'm going to talk about Jerry Walker in a few minutes. Jerry Walker and Gordie are good friends, but they knew what the other guy was doing. And when Jerry would call me for balls, I'd give him balls. And then he'd call me one day and he says, "You gave Peckham 2 new bats the other day. You're going to get us 2 new bats." So it was really funny how they knew what each other were doing. And we were still had a pretty good minor baseball organization. But they're the guys that were on the front lines and doing the hard stuff, coaching the kids and also communicating with parents, because communicating with parents has taken a whole new level as we evolve in these days, right?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, well, we just talked about Jerry Walker. You alluded to Jerry there. Let's tell a little bit more about Jerry's coaching career.
Well, Jerry was a trooper. Jerry loved baseball. Jerry knew baseball. Jerry was maybe one of the most easy guys to get along with that I've ever dealt with. He appreciated everything you did for him, and he did so much with the kids. He had a lot of success. He went to numerous provincial championships. I know that he won at least one. In 2003, he won the Nova Scotia Midget Championships, and I heard when they gave the medals out, they only had 9. So they had to mail him the medals, so he couldn't even. He wins the Nova Scotia Championship, and they don't even have enough medals for him. He told me that tournament they threw every bat out from his team but one. He had one bat because all the other bats were illegal for some other reason. So they won a Nova Scotia Championship in 2003 with one bat. That's a great story. But Jerry also had lots of help all the time. I think he's number one sidekick, for lack of a better term. Who guy did a lot of volunteering, a lot of coaching was Tommy Hogan. Tommy was always around. Tommy and Jerry they got along so well together. But he had Johnny McKinnon with him various times, Roy Hughes, Bobby AuCoin again, another name, Pat Power, Danny Head, that would be Chris Head's father. So Jerry had a lot of help. Jerry McNeil did a lot of work for him on the scoreboard, on the scorebook, and so he had guys that were helping him, and he had an aggregation, and he would practice. Jerry's kids practice, so he must have made it fun because they were practicing all the time, and it's hard to keep kids' attention when you're practicing. And he told me when I interviewed him way back, in one season, he coached 4 house league teams.
Oh, my goodness.
So Jerry has put a lot of time in with kids. He had a lot of success, and he's really left his mark on baseball in New Waterford.
Yeah. Okay, Lowell, we just talked about some coaches and individuals who contributed to our game in New Waterford over the years. We're going to go back now to pick it up in the 2000 period. Particularly, let's talk about 2008 to 2015 and the baseball, what was happening here in town.
Yeah, I think I know our minor organization, minor baseball organization, was done by that time, and I think the people were just doing what did in what days gone by, just piecing stuff together. So various coaches would have this kind of a team, other people would have this level team, and so and it was and the players, the number of players in the town, the population was declining. So. In 2008, the local sports scribe, Jeremy Fraser, who was doing a whale of a job for the Cape Breton Post, developing quite a following.
Sure is.
Does good stuff, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's amazing. Yeah. Amazing. I get all kinds of people talking about Jeremy, and he works for the Saltwire Network, the Herald, the whole bit. He was nominated for an Atlantic Journalism Award for one of his articles. He's doing, wonderful stuff.
So he has a baseball background. He played baseball, and he loved baseball, and Richard McKinnon and Richard Latour and W. Brewer put a team together in 2008 to win the Nova Scotia Bantam Championship. So they were a ragtag crew, just like many of when we played. They didn't have a lot of any fancy uniforms or anything. They had something creative T-shirts, and they went down to Shelburne to play. And Shelburne were all decked out in their finest. They had all brand new uniforms and bat racks, and Jeremy was telling me they had cans of balls where we had only a few bats, and he was telling me their balls were in milk crates. So it looked like they were overmatched there in that one, but the reality is that Shelburne were overmatched, and these guys blew Shelburne out of the water and won the championship. Excuse me. And then for years to come after that, what was most prominent in New Waterford, other than the kids playing Little League and Mosquito and under 11 and under 13, there's various pockets of that going on. But the New Waterford Reds became a midget team, and that changed to the Cape Breton Reds in 2016 because they were having trouble getting ball players, and they had to pick up a few more players from the other areas. But the coaches, Richard Latour stayed involved. His wife, Kathy Latour, got involved. She was doing a lot of stuff maybe Bozo would be doing, organizing the team and making sure they were registered and fundraising and doing the media and stuff like that. And Barry Long came into New Waterford, and he was doing a lot of coaching. And so it's basically that group that kept baseball alive until we get into 2016. And then we have... they changed the Cape Breton Reds, and they won Nova Scotia title in in Windsor. They won 12-11 in the championship game. And they went on to Chatham, New Brunswick, and went 2-2 in that tournament. So they did very well. They just didn't win it. But players on that team were Cole McPhee, Kane Drake, who is from Glace Bay, but his father's from New Waterford, Josh Conrad, Frank Conrad's son, Gary McDonald's grandson that I played with, and that was the recreation director, and Kazi's his father, Justin McDougall, Logan Brezoir, who's doing a lot of coaching in minor baseball now, and Jackson DeVoe, Brian DeVoe's son Jackson. So they were coached by Barry Long again. Frankie Conrad is coaching, playing a prominent role on this team. Jeremy Frazier is on the bench now coaching, and a guy by the name of Tyler Lund. So they went on till about 2018, and then they're pretty well baseball changed then because New Waterford Minor Baseball, a new organization was taking place. One thing I forgot to mention was that in 2011, the Glace Bay Colonels organization was running a big league team. That's 18 and under to 16. And the famous Henry Butler was coaching that. Henry, obviously, I played ball with Henry. I played against him. He's a fine man. Did a lot of unbelievable stuff in Little League Baseball. Arguably the best Little League Baseball coach of all time in the country. Yeah. And he's coaching the older guys now. They wanted to use our field for their nationals. And so, of course, we obviously used that as a way to upgrade our field. And through Frank Corbett, myself, and Bill Murphy, we got $200,000 when we built a brand new building down there with washrooms in it. And we completely refenced the whole field. So it looks pretty good still. And it was true hosting that tournament. A couple of good ball players in that tournament I can remember. Josh Forrest, who now lives in New Waterford, was playing for that team. He plays for the Sooners. And Chris Farrow is playing shortstop for the Sooners. He's the best shortstop in the senior league. So some good ball players came out of that, and some good ball players. But that was that, and that would bring us back into where we had a new organization that came on the scenes with the New Waterford, new aggregation of New Waterford Minor Baseball.
Well, we've been talking about baseball in New Waterford. Earlier in our discussion, we talked about some of the coaches that played a prominent role in New Waterford. Before we finish up, is there other coaches or executive people at the executive level, some sponsor groups that you'd like to mention to highlight before we finish our discussion?
Yeah, because we have such a steep history since 1911 that we can document. There's been hundreds of people who have been involved, and it's hard to get them all in. There's no way we can get them all in, but there's some people that sort of stand out, and I know we're going to leave somebody out for sure. We can't do this without leaving anybody out. But way back when, it was the community that ran the team. It was the business people that supported it. It was fundraisers, and you had various organizations. New Waterford had all kinds of service clubs, and mostly every service club was donating to sport. I can remember the police. The police were big in Little League and everything. They I don't know they had a police club organization, and they were the leadership of the police force had an executive, and they were providing funding and leadership way back to the Fess Campbell days. And then the Army Navy has always been a big supporter. The Little League field was behind the Army Navy. Kinsmen, obviously, the work they did in the house leagues, but you can see some of the uniforms on, like Frankie Bursey's team in '97 I think it was the Kinsmen. So Rotary have been involved in baseball forever. KOC, Lions Club, Legion. But the businessmen, especially way back in the day when businesses were thriving, we'd get the counselor to drop a letter, and he'd take the letter, and you go around, and you probably did this yourself as a youngster. Knock on the businessman's door, you come in, give him the letter. And I can remember going as a kid myself to Louis Allen. The guys I stand out to me are Louis Allen and Pat Hinchy, because not only would they give you a donation, they would talk to you. Yeah. They'd ask you how the team was doing, who's your coach, and stuff like that. So we always had a great group of businesses that supported, and I think to today New Waterford still supports the businesses that we have in town. They've always supported the people, and the community supports it. Like, I can give you an example. During Coal Bowl, when we were fundraising, there was a miners' strike, and we didn't know whether we should have the tag day, and Bozo didn't want to give up the tag day, and so we had the tag day. Well, we made more money when the miners were on strike than when they weren't. So it was like the community was always digging deep. And there was, like, way back when, you had that Huey McNeil and James L. McKinnon and Alexander McCachran. They were involved in 1911. And Fred Gregor's name always comes up. Huey Dan McLean's name always comes up. Danny Gallant. I remember Lockie McCachran, Harold McCachran. You always had Bozo. I remember Doug Kroll. When I was involved in the 1970 junior, I had to go and get form an executive. I was pretty well running the team, although I'm playing. Eddie's coaching, Sandy's coaching. I had, as you know, I coached you guys in Juvenile, Gary and I. And I convinced Dougie Crow and Danny Nails Springhall to go on the executive. So there's a lot of executives that did yeoman work in town, right? And they handled the books, and they did the fundraising, and they put the guys at the gate to collect the money and stuff like that. And then one other guy, I'll tell you a little story. Mike Hinchy was involved way back when. As you know, Mike was a prominent magistrate and lawyer in the town, and Mike was involved, and I didn't know he was involved until Carl Marsh sent a group of us to basketball camp in 1964. Went to Acadia University. We were down there for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, $55. Think about that one. And we were down there, and lo and behold, I'm out there practicing one night, and the guy comes over to me. He says, you're from the Waterford, are you? I said, yeah. This is one of the coaches. And he said, what's your name? I said, I gave him my name, Lowell Cormier. He says, is Pounder your father? I said, yeah. He said, well, my name is Kenny Rickson. So Kenny Rickson, that played shortstop in New Waterford with my father in 1950 from the States, was a coach with Stu Aberdeen at his basketball camp in 1964. So that was that part of the story. So that was interesting. And then my father came up to pick us up, and they had a nice reunion. But Mike Hinchy strolls into town, and I found that really funny. But I think Mike Hinchy came down to see Kenny Rickson, because Mike Hinchy was on the executive. I think Mike Hinchy might have been responsible for bringing Kenny Rickson to New Waterford. So there's the behind-the-scenes stuff. And, you know, we had guys that did stuff like collecting, as I alluded to, collecting at the gate, selling even split tickets, because we were selling them forever. That's not a new invention. Yeah. And then we had guys that were doing groundskeepers. I remember when in the 59 era, when they had the field with the grandstand there, Art McLean's Hot Dogs was his nickname, was catcher, but his father was a groundskeeper. He kept that place meticulous. And then I remember in the 70 team, I had to get guys to help us line the field, because I was doing a lot of that. And a guy by the name of Felix LeBrun from up 14 yard, he was an older guy in the community. He volunteered all the time. He was down lining her off, rolling it, and doing this and doing that, and I would take him to the games. He was a real baseball fan. And Robbie Leadbeater, the chief, as we called him, affectionately called him, he was doing a lot of that stuff. He did it on the softball field, but he also did it on the baseball field. And the number one man was Quack Chesson. Quack Chesson was a one-man public works department in this town. They never had a whole pile of people working. And we'd always get Quack to roll the field. Remember, they took the big rollers up there, rolled the dirt infield, and I can remember coaching and going down and asking Quack to run, and he'd roll the field after work. He'd do his volunteer, so he was like, we couldn't have ever got along without him. And then we have the fans. They were so rabid, they were so into it, and we had more than a few characters. More than a few characters. So I think the number one fan of all time is Willie Cormier. Willie Cormier stands out as being the number one fan of all time. He's a few years younger than me, and so he would have came up in the late 59. He'd be too young, but after like a 65 on, Willie was prominent in the Waterford. Everybody knew Willie. He would be able to make the odd cat call that would get the whole place in an uproar. Cookie Nemus would have to be right there. Tiny McDonald would have to be right there. But, you know, of all the coaches and all the executives and all the fans, there's one ball player that stands out to me too. And I just read an article a couple of years about this guy. To me, he's the hardest working ball player that we've ever had in New Waterford. His name is Keith Sampson. And Bill Spur just did an article on him a couple of years ago, and I read it and I said, wow. Keith Sampson came out of New Waterford in 1990, and I can remember him down by the ball field. He'd be down at the big league ball field. We called it Big League. There's a name from the past. I called it Big League. That's hard to believe. It was the Jerry Marsh ball field when he was down there. And he was down there, and he'd be hitting balls off a tee all day. He'd be down there with his girlfriend doing soft toss with him up against the screen. And I used to say to myself, oh my God, this guy's down here all the time. So I lost track of him. In 1990, he went to Wisconsin University, and he played Division I baseball with Wisconsin. Yeah, amazing.
Really?
Yeah, with the Badgers. And so he made himself a player. Bill Spurd called me about him when he was doing the story, asked me what his baseball resume was, and all I said to him is the hardest working ball player that we ever developed. That's all I knew about him, because he left. I didn't even know about him playing Division I. Yeah. And so he played in Wisconsin, but it just shows you how a kid that's dedicated and wants to work.
Yeah.
And he was exceptional. Yeah. His work ethic was bizarre. Yeah. And he made himself a ball player, played Division I, and got an education. Yeah. And he is a worldwide leader in environmental technology. He has a degree in technology. He has a master's in environmental planning. His forte, his company took off during the hurricane floods in New Orleans, and he was in Louisiana. And so he has an international company, and it's all brought on because he wanted, in the article, Bill Spur says he didn't want to go to a Nova Scotia University or a Maritime University because they didn't have baseball. So he went and pursued his baseball dream in the States. He found a team he could make and play on. Division I's no slouch, so he developed into a great ball player, and look where it took him. So great
story.
Yeah, it's a good story. It talks about the resilience, and if you really want to put enough into it, you can achieve a lot, right? And then we had the old coaches, Ambrose. I remember playing in Little League with Lanky Sampson and Jervy Fortune. The time they put in with kids is unbelievable. Now, I know Jervy put time in, and I look at old pictures. He was with Juvenile Teams, mostly the Mount Carmel aggregation, Juveniles and Midget Teams, too. So he did a lot of coaching in executive levels. Danny McSween from up on Emerald Street on the corner, Mary McSween's father, he did a lot of the coaching in St. Agnes and in the county. So he was coaching all those kids. Sandy Burns and Fox Chessons, their name comes up all the time. Carl Marsh was one of the best. Yeah. Carl him and Richie coached a lot. Richie Wilcox coached a bit too. He's a name. And they took that midget team after I had these kids as bantams. But Carl was with me and got me and Gary going in a midget house league. Sonny Lever was with him. Stevie Mosichuk was the guy that got me when I was 16. Here's a story. I was 16 trying out for these guys. They're all 21 and under. Gary's almost 2 years older than me. They're all playing. I'm trying out for this team because there's no midget baseball. And I try out for second base. And I make the team. And so we go to a meeting. There's another guy trying out for second base who was the star of the team. So I just figured I made the team. We go to a meeting, and we're in a meeting in somebody's basement or something. There's guys like Tony Burns, Billy Corbett in there, and Steve Mosichuk was only 3 or 4 years older than me anyway, really, at the time. And he says, we're going to play Lowell at second base, and Jerome, we're going to move. Oh, I shouldn't have said that name. We're going to move you out to center field. Wow, this guy didn't want that. And what Steve was trying to do was, this guy was a better ball player than me at that time. He could run, he could hit, he was a gazelle. And I think Steve was trying to make the team better by using me in the infield and making him and going him in the outfield. So this guy was very outspoken. He wanted no part of that. He left the meeting. He quit the team. So I figured a couple of days later, I'm going to be on the bench. He's going to be at second base because Steve's going to go get him. Never went and got him. So I have a lot of respect for that guy because he gave me a chance to play, right? Kenny Timmons, senior, was unbelievable, man. Not only did he coach with the senior team, and he got some notoriety from that, but he was coaching everything.
Yeah.
And he was the guy to put your name in the paper. He was the guy to call the press. He was the guy to put
Master at it.
in the radio. He's the guy that emceed the concerts. He was legendary here. And then Bernie McKinnon, my God, what can I say about Bernie McKinnon? Bernie coached the 59 Giants, but he played ball all the way up. And Bernie McKinnon went to Al Summers umpiring school. So and that was where they groomed minor league umpires to eventually go to the majors. So Bernie came back here and he was umpiring and he knew all about baseball. I would sit in the car with him downtown, and he would go over baseball rules with me, and like he knew I had an interest. He was related, and I was 13 or 14, and he was quizzing me on all these rules. And so he coached the Giants in 59 for sure. I don't know if he coached them in 65. I don't think he did. But I got to play for Bernie when I went to Sydney because Freddie Compton hired Bernie to coach the team. So he coached myself, Gary, Bobby Gillis, all those guys in the Nationals in 1974 when we almost won. And he knew the inside of baseball. He was tremendous at managing pitchers. That was his strength. He could manage pitchers, and he could move runners. And we had Carl coaching some years, and Carl, when I coached, when I was working for Freddie, as I alluded to earlier, as a secretary-treasurer of Baseball Nova Scotia, I was also coaching besides playing for Freddie. And I was the third man in on a team that won the Sydney Steel Kings. That finished third at the Nationals, and we won a bronze medal. But I was the third man in as coach. I was just at a junior, and Freddie was paying me to play ball, but that was part of my job. Yeah. And we had the perfect situation. We had Carl was doing the practices, and Bernie was coaching. Carl's coaching first. I was on the bench doing not much, but on the bench. And Bernie was coaching the third, but Carl was doing the practices. So we had a real fine-tuned crew. And then you got Lionel Petrie from back in the day. I hear things about Lionel Petrie. I hear Lionel Petrie was one of the first guys that got into videoing. I guess it was to be 16 millimeter there. I don't know. I'm really out of my element now. These old video cameras, the home movie cameras, and they tell me he had the video camera in the movie camera, we call it then, in the third base box. And whenever he put the steel sign on, he would flash the camera over to first base. So I guess he had some vintage shots, but he was comical. Yeah. I remember watching him because I was only young, and they played in 53, and they won an intermediate chance, my father and him. But I saw him in 56, and I saw, now I'm 5 or 6 years. Was he ever loud? And he really commanded. He was catching, and he commanded the whole field as a catcher. But he put a lot of time in coaching. Of course, I can't say any more about Eddie Gillis, and Claudia McKenzie coached me for a year in midget when he was playing senior ball. He's the guy that set me up in Little League and got me to coach, and we told that story. So these are just some of the coaches and some of the guys. Did I leave out some names? Did I leave out some important people? 100%. Yeah. But maybe somebody else could add to that sometime.
Yes. Great individuals, Lowell, you mentioned there, and some characters as well as coaches, administrators, executives, sponsors, fans. Okay, let's get back. We're coming to the end, and we want to talk a little bit about the rejuvenization of New Waterford minor baseball itself. And why don't you take it from there?
Yeah, around about 2015, a group of guys got together and tried to come up with a formal organization to run minor baseball again. And guys like Chris Hillier, Dougie McKinnon, David McDougall, Donnie McIsaac, and Leo Murphy, they were the executive that started to refocus minor baseball in town. And between now and today, they've done remarkable work. They refurbished the 3 ball fields. So they've raised oodles and oodles of dollars along with CBRM and government support. They redid the Jackie Tucker ball field, the Bozo Steel ball field, and the Joe Burns ball field. Joe Burns is another guy that was a good ball player, and his name was on that field for that reason, right? So those 3 fields are pristine now. They have the nice yellow safety guarding all around the fields. They put new backstops in. They got new modern bases that break away. The fields are really beautiful. So they've done so much work on that kind of thing. And not only that, they really kickstarted baseball in New Waterford again. And they've hosted, for a couple of years in a row, 2 or 3 years in a row, they hosted provincial tournaments back to back to back. I think 3 years in a row they hosted provincial tournaments because they had no problem getting the tournaments because we have the facilities. They had the organization, we had the facilities. Under their banner, so to speak, they've won 3 provincial championships, so they're like a relatively new organization. They've won in their first year. They won the under 15, which would be what we would have called Bantam. Yeah. And then in 2017 and 18, they won back-to-back under 11s. So that was the old Mosquito. I have a picture here of one of the teams. Yeah. The coaches are Causey, Gary's son, Carson McDonald, and Sheldon Ratchford, who used to play baseball in town, a great ball player, and Derek Stubbert. So these are the guys that are running baseball now. They're still, a lot of these guys are still coaching, and they have the current executive is Dougie and Stephen Corbett and Mark Timmons, John Myage, Derek Stubbert, and Kevin Crosby is now involved. So they run baseball from T-ball to what we used to call coach pitch, yeah. And then they go into under 11, 13, and 15, and next year they're going to have enough to do a midget team. Yeah. So that's great. We'll have baseball will be prominent again at Jerry Marsh, and they also have girls baseball now. Good. So under 12, and I think they run an under 15 team. You know, on a side note, since they are running girls, it would be awful for me not to do this history of baseball and not to mention 2 of our finest girls players. They have to be the finest girls players we've ever had. The Shoup girls, mm-hmm. Alyssa Shoup and Sam Shoup. Alyssa Shoup was a great ball player who played with the boys teams, who went on to play in national championships on ladies teams. Mm-hmm. And Sam Shoup was the same. She was, I think, got the girls all, but I don't have the girls mixed up. She was a southpaw pitcher. She could replay. And even Alyssa Shoup right now, I think she's running softball New Brunswick. She's the executive director of softball New Brunswick. So she eventually gravitated to softball. So, you know, we've had a lot of ball players that came out of this system, and now the girls are getting a chance to play. They were integrated for a little while back, but now there seems to be a move towards girls baseball. And I think across the province that's growing, and I think across the country that's growing. But baseball took a little beating, so if this is going to be an historical document, we can't get away without mentioning COVID. Yeah. We are in the midst of a pandemic. There's a lot of people think we're going to get a 4th wave. Baseball last summer was there was no baseball. Yep. There was nobody playing baseball. We're trying to deal with the pandemic. But right now, once again, the Jerry Marsh field is getting retrofitted. There's a brand new grass infield that's just installed in there. The Senior Nationals is going to be held here, as I alluded to before. Chris Head's probably going to be playing in New Waterford. Mm-hmm. They're going to refurbish the backstop. And the next big thing for New Waterford is to be able to make their lights functional. The lights are not functional down there. There has to be a political ploy. There has to be some advocacy for putting new lights in there and keeping lights on the ball field. Because once you lose your lights on the ball field, everything else starts to deteriorate. It's the same as losing a school in your area. Once you start deteriorating, things just go. So hopefully there'll be enough leadership in this community to make sure that we have new lights under that field. Hopefully the Nationals will be the impetus to do that. Mm-hmm. So the only other thing I would like to add, Ambrose, I'd like to really, this is a project and a half. I can't believe I got myself into it. I bit off a lot. I didn't think I would ever have to do this kind of work to get this done. I thought maybe I could come down and go off the cuff. But very early in trying to do the research, I said, I can't do that. I got to have we have to have some sort of semblance of organization. I know we missed a lot of people. We missed a lot of teams. It's impossible to do everybody. It's hard to get information, too. And so I just wanted this to be a record for going forward, and somebody else could pick it up at some other time. They could do whatever they want with it. I want to thank you for interviewing me. We go way back, roommates at college. You played for me in baseball. So it's really fun to have you here doing this. It's like old times. And really, I can't leave this broadcast without talking about Ray J and Adam. Ray J is Crew Productions, and he's the guy that put Coball on the map as far as streaming. Coball was streaming before anybody. We streamed before any high school. We streamed before any university. Because of Ray J. We were ahead of the game. We were doing streaming all over the world before people were even close to being into it. So Ray J is here volunteering his time because he has such a fondness for the history of New Waterford, and he tries to document it as best as he can. And Adam is, unfortunately, Adam has graduated from Beck, and I don't know what they're going to do without Adam up there. Adam's moving on to a school in Halifax. He's going to follow the radio stream, technology stream in radio, and God knows where he'll branch out from there. But he's been doing a crackerjack job of volunteering at Beck and in the community, and it's all volunteer. And right now he's on a summer grant for Coball, and we're keeping him employed like that. He's doing a lot of the video history of Coball, but I think for the next 3 weeks he's going to be pulling his hair out trying to edit this video. But anyhow, Ambrose, thanks for everything, and I guess we'll sign off now.
Yeah, thanks very much, Lowell. And again, I just want to allude to all the hard work you did. I know we talked about doing this months ago, and it became longer because once you got in it, it became a huge task, and you did a great job, by the way, and thanks. And this will be on the Hall of Fame website at some point, correct?
Yeah, I would say within the next 2 months.
Yeah, very good.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
During the summer of 22, the New Waterford Minor Baseball Association offered a very successful program with 4 of its teams making provincial tournaments.
Hey, good job. Good job.
Yeah, ain't
Good job. Hey. Good job. Come on, let's line up, JP.
The association's under-12 girls team won a provincial tournament, going 5-0 and defeating Ambrose in an exciting championship game. The team was coached by Murdoch Sampson and Sean Langley. Members of the team were Pfeiffer Langley, Ainsley O'Hanley, Avery Clyburn, Gracie Hearn, Elizabeth Kerrigan, Ella Grant, Sophie Corbett, Gia Merrill, Lily Paris, Josie McKinnon, Hannah McNeil, Olivia Hearn, Jersey Kosnick, and team helper Emily Monroe. The under-13 boys had a successful season also, copying a silver medal in the provincial tournament, losing in the championship game to a tough Sydney Mine squad. The team was coached by Kevin Crosby, assisted by Kelly McIntyre, Parker Crosby, John Meich, and Tyson Crosby. The members of the team are Eric McDougall, Matt McNeil, Will Kennedy, Deacon McPhee, Jake McKinnon, Forrest Markejohn, Nolan McIntyre, Cooper Crosby, Brett Barry, Ashton Pastick, Reed Myich, Hunter Thorne, and 3 under-11 reinforcements, Miles Myich, Drew McPhee, Sander Cormier. The under-11 boys and the under-14 girls had successful seasons, with each team reaching the provincial tournament. Unfortunately, the teams were unable to medal. As I mentioned earlier in the video, there has been a resurgence in baseball, springboarded by the New Waterford Minor Baseball Association. We have secured recent video through the compliments of Ray J. McClellan, crew production, which shows drone footage of all the work that the Baseball Association and the municipality has done down at the Ray Bozo Memorial Field and the Jack Tucker Memorial Field. There has been huge improvements in those fields with all new fencing and dugouts. And the Cadillac part of this project has been a new baseball building. We secured the baseball building, which comes in at $400,000 as part of the New Waterford Hub reconstruction project. Because the project needed facilities at Breton Education Center to complete their endeavor, we were able to negotiate with the province new recreation facilities, and this building was constructed as part of that renovation. The New Waterford Minor Baseball Association also did an ambitious project trying to get a top-notch batting cage there. And they were very successful, raising $52,000 to buy a top-line pitching machine and erect the batting cage. The batting cage is probably second to none in the province. Kudos to the CBRM, who have always been a great partner for the New Waterford Minor Baseball Association, the provincial government, the federal government, and local stalwarts, the New Waterford Rotary Club and the New Waterford Credit Union. Without their support, none of this would be accomplished. As I alluded to earlier in the video, New Waterford was a host site for the 2022 Men's Senior Baseball Championships. The Susan McCachran Memorial Field in Sydney was the main site. The Jerry Marsh Field in New Waterford was the secondary site. 6 games were played in New Waterford, 12 games were played in Sydney. Over the last 2 years, a major effort was undertaken by the CBRM to refurbish the playing surface at Jerry Marsh Memorial Field. They installed a brand new grass infield with new subsoils and new infield dirt. The facility received rave reviews during the Nationals, with the competitors all raving about the quality of the playing surface. Once again, New Waterford Minor Baseball stepped up, and along with cooperation from Jim Rico McCachran in Sydney, they were selected to sort of run the day-to-day and game-to-game events in New Waterford, including canteen, parking, and a gate collection, announcing, and even the grounds crew. The grounds crew was exceptional in this tournament. The grounds crew was made up of CBRM employees Dennis Quinn, Craig Crocker, and Ray Reed, supplemented by community volunteers, Lloyd McLeod, Richie Wilcox, Luke McKinnon, and Jason Hogan. These guys were exceptional during the tournament. They had the field ready to play before every game and had a half hour in between games to get it ready. Many positive comments were heard about their efficiency and their know-how. So all in all, the Jerry Marsh Field is completely refurbished. The community has seen 6 wonderful games of baseball, and there's a tremendous buzz towards baseball in the community going forward. Special thanks goes out to Bobby AuCoin, who volunteered to announce the 6 games. He does a great job. He's very professional, and we're very lucky to have him living in New Waterford. The tournament would never have been successful in New Waterford without the support of minor baseball. Kevin Crosby, Dougie McKinnon, Adam McLean, Stephen Corbett, Derek Stubbart, John Myge, Parker Crosby, Nathan Parish, and Eric AuCoin. Without these guys, this tournament would not have run. Finally, final thank you to our young canteen ladies and even split sellers. They were very, very good at what they were doing. They were attentive, and they were a big addition to the tournament. So thank you very much, ladies. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our ball hawks, who worked diligently through the tournament to chase down the foul balls and return them to the field of play. As I mentioned before, we received a lot of positive feedback on the tournament, including a letter from a BC resident to the Cape Breton Post.